Truth and stories gotta collide. Alibis get swept aside. I got proof that can't be denied. The data don't lie, people do. Waves crashing, secrets in the tide. Facts and numbers side by side. Through the chaos I will abide. The data don't lie, people do. Look at the records, feel the vibe. Digits and bytes come alive. I stand tall with nothing to hide. The data don't lie, people do. Friends may twist and tongues may tie. Plausible tales shape the sky. In the end you can verify. The data don't lie, people do. It's in the matrix beyond the eye. Hard truth that's flying by. Evidence you can't defy. The data don't lie, people do. Look at the records, feel the vibe. Digits and bytes come alive. I stand tall with nothing to hide. The data don't lie, people do. The vibe, digits and bytes come alive. I stand tall with nothing to hide. The data don't lie, people do.
There we go. Bit of music to start your day or end your day, depending on where you are. So, heaps of emotions have dropped today. Well, thank you so much, Tripping, and thanks for joining us. And to anyone else who is watching, welcome. So, there's so many emotions that dropped, but there's one particular emotion I found very interesting. It's right down my alley. So I got some video demonstration of what it's talking about. But let me get this up on the screen. Okay. I got my buttons all back to front today. Nope. Hang on. Motion to... No, this one. Affidavit, that's the one we want. This one here. Let me make sure that you can see. Oh, that's good. You can see all that. Wonderful. So I wasn't sure who this Robert O'Neill person was. But oh my gosh. This is something that we're all going to jump up and down about. I mean, people have been jumping up and down about it already, but this is this is big in the case. So this gets to the heart of proving where Karen Reid's taillight was cracked initially. So we did have some other motions demanding access to the driveway of One Meadows and John O'Keefe's Traverse. I had to remember the model. I got Lexus stuck in my head because you know what I'm like. Stuck. But yeah. So yeah, access to the Traverse and the driveway. And I wasn't sure what that was about, but now we got this motion. We know what it's about. So that's what I want to jump into first, just to so that you guys understand what it's about. Hang on, let me get the right page. Okay, so the affidavit of Robert O'Neill in support of defendants' Rules 14 and 17 motion for court order authorising defence access to the Lexus and Traverse and to the driveway at One Meadows Avenue in Canton to conduct independent testing and analysis. I am an ACTAR accredited accident reconstructionist. Yay! This is bloody awesome. We're going to see proper trial this time. Like, the defense is not going to sit back and rely on the Commonwealth putting on a McAlbert's definitely didn't do it trial. So we're going to get some proper stuff this time, which we're all looking forward to, I'm sure. He says, I am employed by AXYZ Incorporated, an engineering consulting firm that specializes in accident reconstruction and video analysis. And video analysis. Yay! Yay! Oh my God. Thank heavens for that. All right. So there's going to be a bit of celebrating because this is the first time I'm actually getting right into these. I've briefly perused this one, but I haven't read it all the way through. So you're going to hear me cheering and whatever as I discover things. Number 2, I was asked to consult with the defense regarding the above caption matter to investigate and review the ring camera footage that depicts the interaction that took place between the Lexus and the Chevy Traverse in the driveway of One Meadows Avenue in Canton. To perform this video analysis, I will need to have 3D measurements for the site where the incident occurred without snow being present. I can perform this analysis using the laser scan data collected previously by Aperture LLC. Interesting. I'm going to show you what this laser scan data looks like. I'm not sure who performed it. It looks like it could be the Commonwealth, but I guess we'll learn more as we go along. Alternatively, AXYZ personnel would need to enter the driveway of One Meadows Avenue in Canton at a time when there is no snow covering the driveway or appurtenances and the surfaces are dry. Whatever that means. It's a new word for me. We would set up a 3D laser scanner, 3D scanner in multiple locations in the driveway. We also may need to take measurements separate and apart from the 3D scanner, along with photographs and video of the site. I estimate the investigation and work in the driveway should take approximately 2 hours. So that's what they're asking for, 2 hours access to One Meadows, which obviously the O'Keeffes have refused to give them and forced them to go through motions and get the court to compel them. To conduct an accident reconstruction regarding this matter, I will need 3D measurement data and photographs for the exterior of both vehicles. I can perform the initial alignment analysis with the laser scan data and photographs collected previously by Aperture. Alternatively, AXYZ personnel will need to perform a 3D scan of the exterior of both vehicles. We may also need to take measurements. This is starting to get tricky because we may also need to take measurements separate and apart from a 3D scanner, along with photographs and vehicle of the site, to recreate the circumstances that existed on January 29th, 2022. I may need to fill the tyres of one or both vehicles with air, presuming that vehicles are located on a flat surface in the same place, with a minimum of 15 feet clear around each vehicle and while both vehicles are dry. I estimate that my investigation and data capture would take approximately 2 hours. So the reason I think that this is going to be interesting is because, well, we know that there's probably some repairs to the Traverse, right? This is going to expose whether or not there were repairs to the Traverse. But even if it doesn't, that guilty knowledge behind knowing that the Traverse was repaired, yeah, that's going to cause some issues. So, coffee break. Let me show you a video of what this may entail. Share screen. So this is a 3D laser survey video by a company called Field Test Engineering. And so I don't get any copyright strikes, we are just gonna stop, pause, comment, and continue. Even though you'll probably want to just watch it straight through, because I know I do. But yeah, interesting video. So this is basically what they're saying they're going to do. When they scan the site, they get a 3D representation of everything there. The surface of the driveway, the distances between things, the actual shape of the vehicles, and every single little nook and cranny on each of the vehicles. It recreates everything down to the finest detail. So let's have a listen to this.
Not only does the Field and Test Engineering Scan Station provide the most accurate models of accident scenes, it can also provide an accurate three-dimensional model of damage to vehicles involved in an accident. These truck trailers were all that was left of a high-speed double-trailer big rig that careened into several vehicles in an intersection in Malibu. The Field and Test Engineering Scan Station accurately preserves all details of accident vehicles with an...
So you can see the detail, the level of detail that it goes to. It's recorded the dentation from the accident, everything that got crumpled, the damage to the wheels. Like it recreates pretty much everything. But this is pretty cool technology, and interesting to note how old this video is too. This technology is not new by any measure. This stuff's been around for like a long time. So it's pretty good. And I guess the more recent the software is and the equipment that's recording the that's doing the 3D scan, the higher the quality, I guess you could say.
internal laser that captures and measures the exact location of every point. Visual models are created by the millions of points as it surveys, each with a unique and measurable three-coordinate location in what becomes the survey point cloud, which is created and permanently stored while the instrument scans the accident vehicle and the scene.
So that's how detailed it's going to be. It looks like pictures from a lunar landing. Right. It's pretty detailed. So essentially this camera will sit in the center of the location, and then it will send out in different directions, up, down, left, right, forwards, backwards, in all directions. It will take photographs of everything all around it, and then it gets put into software, and then in the software the scene is reconstructed in the software. So what you're seeing here is just what that scanner scans essentially.
The three-dimensional models can be used as is for courtroom exhibits, or they can be imported into a CAD or reconstruction program to give you the most accurate momentum crash analysis possible, each point with a 3mm median accuracy. These point clouds will also provide the most accurate measurements and geometric model for vehicle crush analysis.
All right, so when you put it into CAD, the beautiful thing about CAD is it applies real world data to it. So if there's a wind blowing, so they might have that meteorologist say the wind gusts were blah blah, so they can actually apply that in the CAD, and then they can say X amount of snow was on the ground. They can also apply that in the CAD, and then the CAD program can actually tell you what the slippage of the tires might have been and a whole bunch of other things. So CAD's really good for modeling these real world situations. So you may see, for example, when a bridge is built, they want to know all of the forces that applied to that bridge before they build it, whether all the materials and the structure of the bridge are going to hold up in the particular area that that bridge is going to be built. So you might have gale force winds like constantly through a channel that pick up speed because they're funneled through a channel. And then you might have a lot of snow, which adds weight to the bridge. So these are all external forces that you can apply through CAD. And that's why CAD's probably one of the most powerful engineering programs out there as far as construction and obviously reconstruction.
It would be virtually impossible to collect even a small portion of the millions of measurements of an accident scene or vehicle with any other survey or modeling method. The inside and outside of this metropolitan bus that struck a pedestrian crossing Market Street in busy downtown San Francisco was made to show the exact location of 4 video cameras that were installed in the bus, which recorded the accident. The point cloud accurately depicted the path of the pedestrian and clearly showed what the bus driver could have seen as the pedestrian crossed in a crosswalk in front of the bus.
Oh my God. Accurately depicting where a pedestrian is in the scene. This is going to be way better trial than the last one. Like, serious technology. Oh, I'm so going to love it. Can you tell I'm excited about it? It's going to be awesome, guys. Especially for the jury, because explaining some of this stuff in words to the jury just didn't have the impact that it needed.
As part of this model, Market Street in downtown San Francisco was scanned on a Saturday morning under heavy vehicle and pedestrian traffic. The sophisticated scan station software easily removes the vehicle and pedestrian traffic. And then, the bus point cloud model is imported into the scene to present a 3-dimensional exhibit of the complete accident scene, which can be viewed from any height or angle. The Field and Test Engineering Scan Station can also be used to show the intricate geometry of a road surface. This point cloud model was able to depict the unique geometry of a dip in the roadway that caused several serious injury accidents when vehicles went out of control and ran off the road on this rural state highway.
Oh my God. You know what? Imagine what it's like now. Exactly, Vixie. Where this alleged accident occurred, was actually on a public roadway. So they don't need anyone's permission. I'm pretty sure the people that own 34 Fairview were not going to argue if they wanted to go access it anyway. But where they claim John was struck. So what they can do now is they can actually recreate with the CAD forces what John's body was likely to have done if it was struck the way that the Commonwealth claimed it was. This is going to be so good. So this is a public roadway. It's got a slight bend. If you remember the mappings and things that we were shown in court, it shows that there's the 62 or 3 feet that Karen was supposed to reverse up was actually on a slight bend. So it's going to show that bend in the road. It's going to show every bump and the entire surface of that bitumen outside. Oh, you guys don't call it that. What do you call it again? I forget what you guys call it. Every surface of every bump and crack in the surface of the road. It's also going to show us, where the road ends and the curb starts, and then how far John's body was supposed to have traveled from that point, where the tires might actually have hit that curb if she was doing that speed going backwards. Like, this is going to be mind-blowing, and this is what the jury absolutely needed. This is going to be crazy good.
Then, the point cloud model accurate in every geometric detail, was imported into PC Crash, a momentum-based accident reconstruction program, which accurately revealed the geometric features that caused these vehicles to run off the road and roll over in this virtual accident simulation.
Whoa. So momentum crash data. This is going to be good. Like, who wouldn't want to be on the jury now? If this is what's going into trial 2.0, who wouldn't want to be on the jury, right? I'm going to be riveted till the defense puts their case on and this stuff is done. I don't know how much of the Commonwealth's case in chief I'm going to catch, because I'm pretty sure that by that stage we're going to be well into what I was supposed to be well into this time last year with my building project. But we'll see how that goes. Hopefully that's all on track now. But yeah, I'm going to be definitely be taking time off to watch the defense's case in chief, because this is right down my alley. This is exactly what I come to a trial to watch. I love it.
This point cloud survey was made at a highway rail crossing in Chatsworth, California. The emergency brakes on this train weren't applied until after the locomotive had struck the truck's trailer. The Field and Test Engineering Scan Station survey has the unique capability of being able to show the visual aspect from any point in the accident sequence once the survey is completed. Point of impact marks can be imported into the point cloud, which can be used for easy identification of the collision sequence. Then, an invisible camera can be positioned to fly through the point cloud, using the exact position of the locomotive engineer's view of the accident sequence.
So you've seen me do some demonstrations like that, where there's a floating camera in the scene. We did it with the sneaky sneaker video, and we also did it by moving the camera position in the hair apparent video. Dr. Russell is the GOAT. We're going to go through Dr. Russell's snarky affidavit. We're going to do that, but I was just so excited to show you guys this one, so I thought we might as well knock this one out first. And yes, D for David, R for Robert, E for Elizabeth, A for Alan, and M for Mark spells dream. The dream team. I'm so excited that Bettero's on the case too. It came out of nowhere. Never even suspected it. But very, very pleased he's on there. Do you guys have any ideas like what he might, what his role might be? Like, we can see with Alessi, obviously his background is about preserving the record for appeals and preserving it the right way for appeals. So we know that's Robert Alessi's main function. We know Alan Jackson is actually one of the main people with the data, but Alessi's also pretty switched on with that as well. So him and Alessi are probably, as a team, the brains with the data stuff. Dr. Russell Gangster Granny. She's got herself a nickname. There you go. Law Daddy, Gangster Granny. We've got them all. Do we know what the Commonwealth Reconstructionist is planning? Yes, we do. We know that they're planning to reconstruct the 5 a.m. reversing into John's Traverse to show that that is where the cracked taillight is most likely to have come from. And not just that that's the most likely place that the cracked taillight occurred, but also how much cracking. So remember, CAD can apply these forces. When you set up your equations right in CAD, you can apply those forces and show exactly how much taillight was likely to have been damaged at that stage. So this is going to be a very accurate reconstruction of that particular spot. As I said previously, like just a couple of minutes ago, they didn't have to file motions to go and get the 3D scan of where John was supposedly hit by the vehicle. Hey, Maddie, thanks for joining us, buddy. Good to see you here. Nice to have some backup today. All my other mods are asleep, so thanks, Maddie. And Goldfish, morning, and thank you for joining us. I need the backup. Yeah, so they had public access. They had access to a public area anyway. And I can't see the people at 34 Fairview that currently own it saying, no, they can't have access. So I'm pretty sure that's coming into it as well. It's just not in a motion because they didn't need a motion. They didn't need the court to order it. Whereas to gain access to Meadows and the Traverse, and of course the Lexus is in the custody of the police, Commonwealth forced them to go through the court to get those. But so I'm pretty sure that this guy is going to recreate pretty much both how the taillight got damaged and how the accident actually could not have happened at 34 Fairview. So this is all going to be very important. And I also think from the experience of these types of experts, I actually wonder if, all those videos I've just done, like digging into the data and which key cycle 34 Fairview actually did happen on, and what the other key cycles might have been, all that research, I actually have a feeling that they might be experienced enough to actually go into those in detail too. So like, this guy's worth his weight in gold. And it's one of the experts that we never thought, when we went through that live stream where I was saying, what experts would we be spending our money on? This is not one that any of us thought of, but it's an obvious one. So don't know what Bettero will focus on, but he's been in the trenches with us all. He has. Imagine all the crowdsourced info he sits on. I imagine. So what is Bettero's expertise? It's weird because I didn't actually ever dive into what his background and expertise was. Pretty sure all the trolls will eventually, but I didn't actually dive into what his specialty is. Each lawyer has their own specialty. It's their special interest that they will pay more attention to. So like Andrea Burkhardt, for example, she's very focused on the appeals side of things from a criminal perspective. But we know Robert Alessi has, up to this point, his special interest has been in appeals, but generally for businesses and insurance companies and whatnot. So I don't know what Bettero's specialty is, so probably should look it up.
The first mark on this point cloud shows the location of the first point of impact as the locomotive struck the truck's trailer. The three marks on the far side of the crossing show the impacts of the trailer as it swung into the other lanes and impacted two vehicles and a motorcycle. This entire scan survey model was made from outside the railroad right-of-way.
So something to note here is when this scene was investigated, these locations would have been marked clearly by the investigators. We don't have that benefit in the accident, the alleged accident outside of Fairview. What we have is the wildest guesstimations and maybe some general vicinity kind of waypoints on a GPS plotter. But we don't actually have anything marked out. We don't know exactly where John's body was found and those sort of things. And so by doing things this way, by looking at photographs that see, this is something Alan Jackson sort of described think it was Jackson. I can't remember who actually described it now. Yeah, I think it was Jackson. During the trial, was saying, when you took photographs, did you take any perspective photographs so that we could see where the fire hydrant was in relation to where you found that particular piece of taillight, or where the flagpole was in relation to where John's body was? Or did you take any perspective photographs? Because they would help to reconstruct the scene. But one of the benefits that you have with reconstructing a scene using software is you can now predict where those things should be, even though you don't have them because the investigators didn't log those things. You can now say, this is what you claimed happened. This is where you claimed it happened. And you can now run multiple simulations based on what they claim. And from, even if they move, say, the impact point along the roadway, a meter for each test, each simulation, they're still going to not end up with the spread out parts of the tail light that that they're claiming they have. So you can actually use your CAD software, apply those forces, move the car forward another meter, do the test again, see where those bits are all going to end up, move the car forward another meter, backwards. These all should be moving the car backwards. Another meter, see where all the bits should end up. You can also simulate where her braking would have occurred to stop the vehicle in that reverse action that she should have had some sort of trigger data for. And then even putting his Jeep in there, because everyone's testifying his Jeep had to be right out front of that mailbox. So now you can simulate at what point Karen would have impacted with his vehicle if it had been there. So you can even disprove that his vehicle was there altogether. This is the most powerful. This is where the best money is spent. I got to give the Dream Team credit for this, because this is where the best money is spent. I didn't think she had the money to spend it on this, but because this is a very expensive exercise. This is probably the most expensive expert that you could hire. So, yes, Goldfish, Betterow is on the team now. So, from Betterow's website, Mr. Betterow's practice is concentrated on traditional street crime and white-collar crime. Bam! The white-collar crime. Thank you, Dr. Russell is the GOAT. It's white-collar crime. This is what this is. This is actually blue-collar crime, but same thing, right? Same. Where we suspect the crime was not committed by a regular person, but by the police or by members and family members of. There was already some hint that the Commonwealth are placing John along the roadside now. So it's very, very it's very, very difficult for them to claim he was anywhere in particular for the simple fact that they didn't log anything. So the only evidence that we're going to have of anything specific is going to come from this software. So you can't argue with engineering and physics. They say, yes, exactly. He spent 4 years at a large international law firm where he represented business entities and individuals in substantial white-collar matters, including federal criminal proceedings and internal investigations. Interesting. So that's going to be what he's looking at, is the blue-collar crime involved in this case. That's great. It doesn't really matter what he looks at. We're all going to love it anyway. We know that. It's better, eh?
This accident occurred when a railroad crossing gate came down between the big rig's cab and trailer as it was backing to deliver a load, severing its trailer's brake line, which locked the wheels of the trailer. The driver was attempting to pull the trailer clear of the crossing when it was struck by the locomotive. Once the point cloud fly-through was made, a highly accurate reconstruction simulation was also made, which showed that the train's emergency brakes were not applied until 56 feet after the collision.
Well, it's showing damage to the vehicles that were parked in there where that was pushed around like that from the motion of the train. It's pulled this car out of its car park. I mean, this is amazing. This is truly amazing what you can reconstruct using this type of software, and then applying forces and motion and weight and all the things. It's absolutely amazing. So hello, Sleepless Sleuth. Thanks for joining us. Good to see you here. Thank you so much for that. All right.
Even though the trailer could be seen for more than 1,200 feet from the cab of the locomotive before the impact accident occurred. Nighttime or twilight scenes are easily depicted by the Field and Test Engineering Scan Station. This is the fly-through point cloud of a serious injury pedestrian accident on Pacific Coast Highway in Laguna Beach. The detail in the scan was necessary to accurately define what the driver could see.
Sorry. Damn it. I should have been doing this in the other browser so you don't get the ads.
The lighting was also critical to provide the visual field of the driver. The ambient lighting was replicated by sophisticated camera equipment and used to complete the scene. As can be seen from the reconstruction simulation derived from the survey, the pedestrians were virtually hidden from view by opposing traffic when crossing in this uncontrolled crosswalk at the time of this accident. The Field and Test Engineering Scan Station survey can even be made at night, as was necessary in this Pacific Coast Highway site in Malibu because of the inaccessibility during the heavy daytime traffic.
Well, that's interesting because we know that the period that the Commonwealth is claiming this incident occurred was definitely dark. We know that there was no specific street lights that were sort of in that area. I think there might have been one on the other side of Fairview Road, 34 Fairview, which is like the opposite side of the property to where John was found. So I think there's one street light that way. So this is going to be awesome to recreate, what happened in the dark, essentially, and maybe even what they could see, their field of vision as well. People leaving that party, what they should have been able to see. We've already seen a 3D recreation of that from Microdots videos. But this software here, this isn't just 3D software. This is real world scanning, and it's very difficult in the 3D software to create the distances and the things as you need to see them, whereas this software does all of that. So, and 3D software doesn't necessarily give you the CAD, the AutoCAD type stuff that you need to apply forces and physics and all that sort of stuff. So
The survey is made using an internal laser, which requires no light, as it is reflected back to the recording device in our scan station instrument. This reconstruction simulates the accident that occurred when two bicyclists were forced into the heavily trafficked main road by a construction project ahead. Accident reconstruction simulations can be used to demonstrate human factors.
okay, so what you saw there was the first point of impact in that collision was the bumper, the front bumper of the truck touching the tire. That was the first point of impact. This is exciting. This is what we're going to see. Why John's body didn't have any lower extremity damage. Oh my goodness, 3 a.m. in Norway. Whoa. All right, well, you sleep good, and this will be here for you tomorrow. Thanks for dropping by. You'll think we will get any bombshells from Morrissey's phone. Not with Brennan being the taint team. I think that's all just fishy. I don't think we're going to see anything from that. If someone else was doing the taint team, yeah, but Brennan has a conflict of interest there. So I suspect that's also an appealable issue, the conflict of interest that he's going through Morrissey's phone. So
Phenomena. A series of warning lights had been installed in the road just in front of this crosswalk prior to this accident. But because of improper installation, only one of the series of lights was still functioning at the time of this accident. Even though that light was removed prior to our survey, we reintroduced it into the simulation, which then clearly showed how the driver was distracted by the light as it flashed under the left-turning cars ahead. A human factors phenomenon called focal blur occurs when your eyes focus tightly on a single point, such as the light under the turning cars, which can exclude the surroundings, as is shown in this second simulation. This scan survey point cloud.
that's interesting. So the two types of graphics here that you're seeing are the scan cloud, how it's scanned by the 3D scanner, but then they put it into the software, and then the software adds, the surfaces and turns it back into an actual image. So Trooper pulls pirouette. Exactly, Glenn. Exactly. It will be in 3D and it will be disproven in 3D. It will be disproven, I'm pretty sure of it. So when I was running through the ChatGPT analysis on all the video data and stuff and asking it questions about real world accident data, I asked it to pull up some data involving, pedestrian strikes and the different ways that pedestrian could be struck and how that could match the injuries on John's body, which I basically described as nothing below the neck other than the scratches on his arm. And it basically said, that this is just not possible. Comparing it to real world data, it's just not possible. But this will be a way to prove that. This 3D software will be absolutely a way to prove that. And it would be true with a TT. Oh man, if I was doing this software recreation, that's what I would do.
Follows the path of a Monterey County boar hunting ranch vehicle that was chasing boars and rolled over when their vehicle came upon a depressed road in front of them. The view of the driver was clearly portrayed in the point cloud fly-through.
So the view of the drivers leaving Fairview Road is also possible with this software. Oh, it just gets deeper and deeper. JC, thanks for joining us, buddy. Good to see you. I'm all for hearing a good lawyer make arguments, but nothing beats proving your argument with hard scientific data. Exactamundo. Exactamundo. Hell yeah. For sure. It's exactly what I would do. And also, just since we're on that topic, that's why I haven't produced another video attorneys reacting to the last hearing, because there wasn't a lot of fun stuff going on there. And I like to produce the fun stuff when I do those. So, but there wasn't a lot going on there. It might have to end up being a serious mashup, but I do have that sense of humor. I do look for that when I'm trying to make the mashups. So, unfortunately, we likely see Trooper Paul we're unlikely to see Trooper Paul in this trial, unless the defense calls him. Yeah, the defense could call him, I guess, but if they want to raise questions about the data, the vehicle data that they want to use in this trial, they probably will call him because he's the one that introduced that data in the last trial. So it'll be interesting. It's going to be some more intricate tap dancing this time. And oh God, I hope there's more witnesses for the defense this time. Yeah, that's what I like about it, JC. You know, like I can sit here and process heaps of data because I'm used to looking at data. But there's also things I'm going to miss because I'm human. And that's the downside of the human element, is that there are things that we're going to be missing. I may be focused on, what do I see in this particular idea of what I've got in my head and miss all this other stuff. Whereas when you're using AI, it's looking at all of those possibilities, not just the one I'm focused on. So I think there will be loads. I think there will be loads in the second trial. I'm so looking forward to it. Bring it on. Bring it.
And when two separate accidents occurred less than a month apart at this rural intersection near Visalia, which resulted in 7 deaths, the Field and Test Engineering Scan Station Point Cloud was able to show that there were no visibility restrictions at the stop-controlled roadway. It was eventually found that neither of the two drivers had stopped before proceeding into the intersection. Field and Test Engineering can provide the most technologically advanced methods of analyzing your accident.
There you go. The most technologically advanced. That's right. They do it a lot quicker than me. A lot quicker. It'll be interesting to see if the Commonwealth tries to come up with a new theory. It's like they already introduced their facts and can't change things now. I think they're going to go with a new theory. And I think that that's going to be their ultimate undoing. If they have to change their theory from the first trial, and remember, everything that came into evidence in the first trial can also be used in this trial. One of the things they couldn't do in the first trial was say that a specific grand jury was from the feds doing a grand jury. They weren't allowed to mention that. But they could say, the grand jury for this trial, you said blah, 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 blah. So that same thing will apply. Anything that was said at the last trial can now be brought up in this trial. So it's going to be difficult for them to change the facts, I guess, if you prefer. But they can say, based on new evidence, they change the facts. Like if there's something that actually did pull from the ECU units, for example, the electronic control units, the airbag control unit, and so on. If they pulled something from those chips, then they probably could say, based on this new evidence, we changed our theory. So usually I'd think the defense calling and witnesses being questioned on direct versus cross, it would still likely be fun to see Alan question Pooper Paul, wouldn't it? But on direct this time, right? Because he can't. Well, actually, you know what? I think it is actually on cross where he has the most latitude to explore possibilities. I think that on direct he has less latitude, but I get what you're saying. I think that we saw the best that Alan's got for Trooper Paul already, but we'll see. I just can't wait for the waterfall vid. Do you think they're going to pay more attention to that this time? Like, I mean, obviously we all paid more attention to it after the trial. But that's because that was the first time we were exposed to it. You have to remember the team has actually been looking at this stuff for a long time. So maybe their strategy last trial, which I think was just quite simply let the Commonwealth bury themselves. We don't need to say much at all. I think that was their strategy, because the Commonwealth was putting on a let's prove that the McAlberts didn't do it trial more than they were trying to prove Karen Read did do it. I think that was their strategy on the last trial, which I don't think worked out very well. So it could very well be that they will actually do things a lot differently this time. They may go into that footage a little bit more. So, oh my gosh, the Lumpy Oatmeal's throwing gifted memberships around. Thanks for joining us, Lumpy. So, JC says her 2021 Lexus was brand new. The only reason they did chip off was to destroy the data. I know. That's the way it looks to me. Now, I haven't actually proposed that scenario to the ChatGPT yet. So all the scenarios, it took me a while to work out that if I was saying Trooper Paul said blah, blah, blah about the data, it was doing this like leaning towards the state's theory, because that's how justice is supposed to work. It's supposed to be, even the judge's rulings are supposed to be in light most favorable to the state, or the Commonwealth in this case. So that the bias isn't necessarily, a strict bias. It's just how the justice system is actually supposed to work. So I found that I got more cooperation about exploring possibilities outside of what the police have suggested if I didn't let on that this was a criminal trial. If I just let the ChatGPT believe that this unknown third party is a, expert hired by the other party in this accident, it was giving me a more thorough analysis without the justice slant, let's say. So, but yes, it is plug and play, so they didn't need to rip it out exactly. So I've done a few videos on that topic for those who haven't seen them yet. Just digging into what it is, how it's supposed to operate, which plug you would use if you're going to be a mechanic looking at things that you've got to repair, as opposed to being a forensic accident reconstruction, because that's a different a different port that you plug into to get CDR crash data, basically. So no, Greg, this is a different company. It's from 2012. This is a different company that actually has. This is a completely different company that has a 3D scanner similar to. So I just read the motion, but I can just chuck it back on the screen quickly for you. It's to do with this motion here. Share this tab. It's to do with this motion here. Robert O'Neill, he says he's got a 3D scanner. So I think Aperture LLC has already done this 3D laser scan. I think that might be the Commonwealth's, perhaps. I'm not sure whose expert that is. This is new information to me. I don't ever remember this coming up previously. So whoever Aperture LLC is, they've already done a 3D scan. And now this company, AXYZ, they would like to set up a 3D scanner and do their own testing as well. So that video that we just watched is another company altogether that uses a 3D laser survey, the same device basically, and then creates accident simulations with it. It's just a demonstration on. You would. I just went through a whole lot of explaining, Greg, for no reason. JC. The way things are so upside down in this case, I can't see Bev allowing the Commonwealth to change theory. Well, I can see Bev allowing whatever the hell the Commonwealth wants, to be honest, Sleepless. JC says, I get my best results from GPT when I frame the scenario I'm trying to get info for as a student, a researcher, etc. It hates to tell me anything for legal or med. Exactly. It's not very cooperative when it thinks that you're actually. But you know, that's just a little while back, someone complained about someone using ChatGPT to write. I think it was a legal argument, and I think that everyone had like a knee-jerk reaction, that the programmers of the software had knee-jerk reactions to that stuff. So I think that's why it's difficult to get it to focus on what you want it to focus on now. That knee-jerk reaction that everybody had. So this is why I'm experimenting with the Chinese data, because it doesn't have that knee-jerk reaction. To be fair, I'm not sure I could do better than Trooper Paul in fitting the known facts into the Commonwealth. Well, he was given the Commonwealth theory to fit facts into, so he was at a disadvantage to begin with, as far as I'm concerned. So, sorry I missed your joke there, Greg. That was pretty funny. Hang on, what am I doing next? Oh, I know what I'm doing next. Here we go. I'm gonna do Dr. Russell next. Share this tab. Ooh, the spice. The snark and the spice in this is a glory to behold. The Commonwealth in the last trial seemed to use boring the jury to death. Exactly. I don't think we're going to be doing that this time. I don't think that's going to be the case this time. I think what they might do is try the opposite approach in trying to cut everything that the defense may try to present, cut all the time back so that the defense has less time to make their arguments. I think they're going to try the opposite, to be honest. All right, so let me close some tabs so I'm not getting lost as to which tab I'm sharing. Right. Motion of the defendant to exclude the testimony of the Commonwealth's witness James W. Crosby, MS PhD. Let me just quickly Google. An MHPhD, an MS PhD means a person holds both a Master of Science degree and a Doctor of Philosophy. Master of Science and Doctor of Philosophy. Just to give you some background, because he's going to give a medical opinion and he doesn't have a degree in either. So yeah, he did, didn't he? It was pretty funny. It was pretty funny. All right, so in this motion now comes the defendant, Karen Reid, and respectfully moves this honourable court to exclude the testimony of James W. Crosby concerning the medical cause of injuries to the right arm of the defendant. Right there, the medical cause. He has a science degree and he has a philosophy degree, but he does not have a medical degree. And this is exactly what the Daubert is designed for. It was never designed for what they put Dr. Russell through, because she had those qualifications. She was claiming a medical opinion and she had medical qualifications that should never have gone to Daubert. The fact that Richard Green didn't go to a Daubert is demonstrative of exactly what the Daubert is meant to be. He's claiming a forensic digital opinion, and he is suitably qualified as a digital forensic expert. The fact that they had Dr. Russell's at all is just a joke, really. The judge knows the judge knew her qualifications were medical. What the judge wanted her to do was to trip up about the dog bites. If she said anything even remotely close to the indentation matching the teeth, that would have been an instant disqualification. But that's what Judge Bev was fishing for. She gave the prosecution the most lateral room possible to elicit that kind of testimony from her, and they never got it because she's too smart for them. She knew that's what they were trying to elicit from her. Exclusion of the testimony is compelled because it fails each of the two main prongs of Dalbert Lanigan, qualifications and methodology. That is, Dr. Crosby is not qualified to render the opinions he proffered. It's indisputed that he is not a medical doctor. So this will go into great detail about the argument that he's proffering. But this part here, this is the funny one. On June 18th, 2024, this court was clear and emphatic in its statement about the foundational qualifications a proffered witness in Massachusetts must possess before he or she can opine on the medical cause of an injury to a person. Such person must be a medical doctor. Specifically on that date, Your Honor, Auntie Bev, ruled, Dr. Rentschler, though I have some concerns, it's clear to me that in Massachusetts, biomechanical engineers are not qualified to testify as to medical causation of an injury. Only an MD can do that. So I'm going to reserve ruling on the rest of his testimony. There are certain things he can testify, and I'll hear you again before he testifies next week. Let's just proceed with the trial today. Emphasis added. On June 18th, voir dire testimony of Dr. Andrew John Rentschler, paragraph 2. That's where it came from, the transcript of that day. Dr. Crosby fails this rule of law stated by Your Honor exactly. His failure cannot be disputed. Throwing the judge's words back in her face. 1. For the purpose of this motion, the defense has redacted various photos in the Crosby report to account for lividity and personal information stated on the hospital wristband. The defense would not locate a transcript. The defense could not locate a transcript of this ruling. Interesting. As a result, the defense transcribed the video clip of the ruling, which was made in open court. It was on the freaking record. Wow, now we've got stuff said in court that should be on the record is not on the record. Namely that. Is anybody surprised? But that's a big deal. But Dr. Russell had never read Brennan's big book of dog bites. Right. Exactly. All right, so we do go on. Crosby concedes in his report that he is not a medical doctor. I am not a physician. I am not licensed to treat injuries or illnesses in human patients. However, this case is not about the treatment of victim John O'Keefe's injuries or wounds. Thus, any opinion regarding to medical treatment of Mr. O'Keefe is inapplicable to the issues at hand, irrelevant, and has no impact on my opinions for the opinions or my impact on my opinions for the opinions or the opinions that have been asked of me in this case. Wow. The unilateral, that's some word salad. That's a serious word salad there. The unilateral manufacturing of a treatment issue out of nowhere by Dr. Crosby is flummoxing and nonsensical. First, the defense has never mentioned any treatment of the decedent. defense witness Dr. Marie Russell rendered opinions about the medical cause of the wounds to the right arm of the decedent. So, Crosby's report says, Dear Mr. Brennan, this letter is a preliminary response to your request for my professional expert opinion regarding injuries and defects to the right arm of decedent John O'Keefe. Oh, I know who Dr. Crosby is now. Just clicked. He's one of the authors of the book, The Big Book of Dog Bites. He's one of the authors out of that book. The side Suzanne that's hiring the accident reconstructionist is the defense. The motion that we just read is the defense. But I think also what's happening is, from what I can gather, the Commonwealth has also hired one rather than using Trooper Paul again. So I think there's going to be a battle of the experts going here with the cracked taillight. One's going to try and prove that the taillight wouldn't have been cracked. The other one's going to prove that the taillight would have been cracked. And it sounds like they're going to go about it the same way. It sounds like they're both using the 3D scanner, etc., etc. So where were we? Dr. Crosby's from that book. He's one of the experts that contributed to the Big Book of Dog Bites. I was asked to examine the evidence in this case, including images, reports, and the involved dog itself. You were asked to examine the dog itself. How is it that you have access to the dog itself, but the defense doesn't have access to the dog itself? And determine, if possible, the potential source and nature of the defects documented on the right arm of decedent John O'Keefe. I was particularly asked if I could determine to a scientific degree of certainty whether those defects were consistent with a dog bite or other animal bite. The issue presented to me in this case is isolated to the nature, morphology, and likelihood of association between the defects documented on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, as to whether these defects are consistent with, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, a dog bite. Particularly at question is the likelihood of those defects being attributed to a German Shepherd type of dog known as Chloe, who resided at the time of this incident at the residence near where Mr. O'Keefe was found, or by any other potential large dog alleged to be in the area. What's interesting about Dr. Crosby is that in the Big Bad Book of Dog Bites, it is noted that the most common type of dog bite comes from a German Shepherd. The most common being, it's usually, or the larger number of dog bites documented came from German Shepherds. Also, that he is a doctor that says he specializes in aggressive type of dogs, and we know that Chloe was an aggressive type of dog. So this is going to be interesting testimony, because he's in fact going to have to contradict what he wrote in the book, or his contributions to the book, in order to be in this trial. He's got to contradict his own contributions in that book. Yes, tripping. It is dehumanizing. It is indeed dehumanizing. Anyway, so that's what he was asked to do and what he is offering an opinion on. It says here, Dr. Crosby's purported title, Certified Behavior Consultant. He is a specialist, he says, in canine aggression. Certified Behavior Consultant. So he does have to contradict what he has said in the book. So that's going to be fun, because I'm pretty sure that the defense is going to say, but didn't you write X, Y, and Z in your contribution to the book? You will have to go and watch the videos where I read in the book what the conclusions were in that book as they relate to this case. I didn't cover all of the book. I just covered I think it was 2 chapters, 15 and 16, which related to this case. And I don't know precisely which are his contributions, to be exact. But if you go back and watch those videos, you may see citations to him specifically, or his company. So Chloe did not bite John, philosophically speaking. Philosophically speaking, if you were coming at this from philosophy, you would say, if the majority of dog bites did come from that are on record did come from German Shepherds, and that they are most likely the ones to be most aggressive, then philosophically speaking, you would have to draw the conclusion that she could have bitten John, exactly, from the philosophical sense. Yeah, it's in my live streams. So if you go to my channels, rather than just looking at videos, if you look at lives, you'll actually see the cover of that book on those 2 live streams. I think it was only 2. Actually, one was the end. One was the end of a live stream, so I clipped it. So you're going to find one live stream where is the cover of that book, and then the other part of it is going to be in the video section, because I clipped it out of a live stream. Or maybe I just post. Hang on, let me just post them so you can bookmark them. I'll give them to you. I'm sorry I confused that. Because I had a live stream booked, and so my earlier live stream ran into it. So part 1 will be this live stream. So that's part 1 that I've just posted in chat. And then part 2 did as a video. Here we go. And part 2. So in part 1, I basically got the audience to tell me what words because it's a 500 page book or something. So I got the audience to tell me in part 1 what keywords they wanted to search in the book. So that's what I just posted the link for. And then part 2 of the reading, where I just read the chapters, is there now in the chat. So hello Ben, thanks for joining us. So yeah, bookmark those if you haven't watched them. I lie, therefore I am. We've got Snarky Glenn back in the chat. I always like Glenn's jokes and snark. Oh my god, if you mix up the word joke and Glenn, you end up with Jen. My pleasure, JC. Where are we? All right. So this is just outlining, Crosby's full of garbage. He's not even a doctor. He can't talk about the medical implications of the injuries on John's arm. He's not even a ME. So basically destroys all of his arguments. And so what we have is, oh my God, my eyes are going to do dicky shit for me reading. Hang on. I need to take my eyes off the screen for a bit. I have an issue reading black on white on a screen. I can read it on paper or in a book, but for some reason the glare of the white gives me visual things. So I need to stop looking at it for 1 second. Let me go to Dr. Russell's motion, which is what I'm going to read next. Oh my God, I can't even see buttons right now. Oh, need to take my eyes off the screen for just a few seconds so that we can get back to reading. So I currently have permanently imprinted in my field of vision the text of the last document. So I just have to wait for that to go away so that I can read the screen again. Dr. Russell, yeah. So I haven't actually read what Dr. Russell has to say, but I did see some comments on X that Dr. Russell wasn't real happy about this whole scenario. She had some snark. I am always up early. I need to get this where I can read it. Yeah, I can't read anything right now. This is tragic that it happened right now. Does anybody else have this issue? Reading black text on a white screen? My son has the same issue. It's sort of like, so you know when you close your eyes and you can see floaters? That's what it causes. It causes floaters, but when my eyes are open. So all I can see in my field of vision is floaters, and I can't actually see the text on the screen anymore. It doesn't take long to pass, so just bear with me. All is fair in law and war. Right, JC. Okay. All right, let's see how I go. It's getting better. All right. I am a licensed medical doctor and am currently engaged in the practice of medicine. I have approximately 30 years' experience as an emergency medicine physician and as a forensic pathologist. Further information about my education, training, experience, and knowledge is set forth in my curriculum vitae, which is attached as an affidavit, Exhibit A, and in a report dated December 9th. Sorry, this is going to be a little difficult. Which was previously submitted to the court in this case, which is attached to this affidavit. I also testified extensively at a Dalbert Lenigan hearing. All right. Now, next document. Come on. Oops, it might have been too big. I have read and evaluated the self-styled all the shade preliminary report of James W. Crosby of Canine Aggression Consulting LLC. Dr. Crosby is not qualified to render the opinions and draw the conclusions stated in his report. Also, the methodology he used to reach the opinions and conclusions in his report is incorrect, flawed, and otherwise unreliable. These two overall deficiencies related to each other, I think that's other, meaning his lack of qualifications, likely contribute to his flawed methodology and conclusions. I'm sorry, this visual thing's getting worse, it's not getting better. Oh my god. So there's also parts of letters that are obstructed on the page, which is not helping. I want someone to change the color. That would be bloody awesome. How do I change the color? That sucks. When my son was little and he accidentally kicked me in the eye. That's kind of what it's like. And part of the back of my eye detached. Oh my goodness, that's awful. Wow. Yeah, I'm reading. The problem is I'm reading it on X. Hang on, Ashley. Let me just quickly, let me try and do it this way. Let me save the image as, oh my god, where the hell did I just put that? Did I just put that in? Okay, it helps to know where the hell I'm saving it. I did it so quickly I didn't even look. And then I'll grab, oh, you're an idiot. You're on the wrong tab. Save this in downloads. I'm going to call this doc1. And then grab the next page. And then I'll save this as doc2. I don't know how many of them there are. But because there are so many of them, this was probably should have done this before we started. Document 3, that looks like it. All right. Now, if I stop sharing that and I go and switch these to negative, I should be able to do that, right? In the viewer. Changing it to negative. Where is that setting? Sorry, I went all quiet on you. Where the heck is that setting? I'm sure it was under tools. Adjust color, adjust size. I just want to invert the color. I'm on an Apple, Ashley. I don't have an iOS. Go to accessibility. I'm on Apple, yeah. Accessibility, you say? Yeah, but these are not text documents. These are images, so Hang on. Let me just Google how to do it on the Apple. I'm pretty new to Apple, so I'm still learning how to do stuff. Mac OS invert image color. Open it in the preview app, choose tools, adjust color, swap the left most and right most points on the graph. Oh, that sounds easy enough. I can do that. We can do this. Swap everything back to front. All right. Let me share it on the screen. Sharing window. This one here. Okay. And it says if I switch all of these back to front, so if I go that way and that way and that way, it's not working. Reset. We shall find something that works. Let's turn the contrast down. I don't really know how to do this. I'm sure if my son was here, he'd be like, just do this, Mum. It's not sharpness or anything. But this is actually a little bit less, if I don't zoom in so far, this is actually a little bit less harder on my eyes. So this was the page we were reading, right? Because I have some black mixed in here, it's going to be easier. Apple Launchpad system preferred accessibility display invert color. Thank you, red pen. But that's for the whole system. I do have system preferences. That's for the whole thing, right? Thanks for your help, guys. Where's my bloody Launchpad? System preferences, appearance, accessibility, voice, speech, general, hearing, vision. Yeah, this is a completely new to me because they just updated the software to a new version. I forget what we're even on now. A new version of everything that will give you night vision. It inverts everything. Yeah, then I won't be able to see this screen. All right, we're good. I'll just go with this for now because there is a lot less white on the screen. I wasn't finding anything under those settings. It's under accessibility. Put that back on the screen. Where's accessibility again? Come on. Under accessibility, I have under vision, voiceover, zoom, hover test, display. That's what you're saying. And then under display, floaters go away eventually. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. The floaters to fuck off. Invert colors. Hey, I found it. Holy freaking hell. All right, wait a minute. Okay, let me I've got it on dark right now. So if I turn dark mode off and then use that, where the hell is dark mode? I hate how they move. You get a new version on there and then they move shit around on you. They move where all these settings are, and then you spend the next 3 months learning where the settings are, and then the next minute you know you're back on bloody. Okay, let's make it all light mode and then go back to accessibility, display, and invert. Okay, that works. Kinda, sorta. So now let me put this back on the screen. Does it look inverted to you guys? Actually can't see it now. All right. Here we go. The subject matter of the opinions in his report is the cause of the wounds to the right arm of the dissident. The opinions in this regard are variously stated on pages NDAO 1377, 1382, and 1393 of his report. For instance, on page 1382, he states, I was asked to examine the evidence in this case, including images, reports, and the involved dog itself, and determine, if possible, the potential the potential source and nature of the defects documented on the right arm of the decedent, John O'Keefe. I was particularly asked if I could determine to a degree of scientific certainty whether those defects were consistent with a dog bite or other animal bite. I have never heard of one stating wounds to a human as defects. Well, that's a good point. Nor have I experienced a non-medical doctor acting on his own or her own to determine the medical cause of any injury to a person, ante-mortem or post-mortem. Oh my gosh. How do I switch between the screens here now? Oh, I need that one open. Because I can't see down here. Oh. Hey, do I look reversed on the screen? No, but it does it for you. Right, okay. It looks pretty weird. It looks pretty weird on the screen. And it looks black to me, but I just accidentally stopped sharing it. Where the hell did it go? All right. Thank you so much, Red Pen, by the way, and thank you to I forget who else was helping me there. Thank you for your help, Ashley. Yes, appreciate it. Nope, you look normal. Okay, didn't change anything for you guys. There you go. My husband keeps his dumb computer flipped all the time. All these screens are black and white text. All right, there you go. All right, back on the screen. Lack of qualifications of Dr. Crosby. Dr. Crosby is not a medical doctor, nor is he a forensic or odontologist or a veterinarian. He does not appear to be licensed in any medical or scientific field or to possess any other professional license either. He also does not appear to have taken any nationwide examination for his stated specializations. I am unfamiliar with the 2 degrees that he possesses in veterinary medical science. I have not heard of either in my 30 plus years of practicing medicine. Oh, the shade, including forensic pathology. He does not specifically in his report, he does not specify in his report any requisite education or training he possesses in the forensic examination of humans, including in the highly specialized medical topics of wound identification and wound direction in humans. The shade is so good. How do I get this other one up here without closing it? Oh, it opens another window. Okie dokie. Which means that I stop sharing. Oh. Well, this is very frustrating. I know that's doc 3. That's not what I want. I actually want doc 2. Hang on. Doc 2. Okay, share that one. Come back. I'm making this a lot harder than it really needs to be. I'm sorry. Share screen. There we go. We are back. Oh no, it's showing the same one again. What the heck is wrong with you? Let me just close them all. Preview. Where's the close button gone? Close window. There we go. Why isn't it just a freaking button? It's turned into an icon. Is this fun? Ozzy struggling with the freaking laptop. All right, are we on the screen now? We are. Whoops. He does not state in his report any training in the highly specialized and scrutinized areas of forensic photography. He does not state in his report that he worked with a forensic pathologist or a medical examiner for any matter addressed in his report. He states in his report that particularly at question is whether the wounds on the right arm of the decedent are caused by a dog named Chloe or other potential large dog. Report 1382, page 1382. But then he strays from the charge and claims that certain wounds on the right arm of the decedent are consistent with an engagement of some sharp or semi-sharp object. Like a dog tooth, maybe. He does not state in his report any qualifications that would allow him to make such a claim. In my experience, only certain medical doctors are qualified to make such a claim. I am one such medical doctor. Oh, the shade. Loving it. Here for it, Dr. Russell, here for it. There are numerous errors and other flaws in the methodology and application of the methodology described and utilized by Dr. Crosby in his report, which individually and collectively render his report medically and scientifically unsound and otherwise unreliable. This affidavit is not intended to address all of these flaws, but the ones I do discuss each render his report and especially the opinions and conclusions in it unsound and otherwise unreliable. The shade is so good. I need to move this just a little bit over to the left here so I can see your comments. It is annoying. Bringing in a behavior expert for a dog bite wound is like me going to a vet for a dog bite wound. Right. But if they allow this guy, canine trainer Garrett Wing, exactly, Ashley, would need to be allowed. I agree. If they're going to allow garbage like this, then yes. The only reason I think Garrett Wing probably won't be asked for by the defense is because he already appeared on Melanie Little's channel with his opinion. And that kind of like creates, I think, a conflict of interest, I guess, a little bit, because he's already done that. So it's so good because he makes the bite arms. Yeah, well, that's exactly what we all liked about it, Ashley. It was a good video. It was a terrific demonstration of what we were expecting to see. What we all saw. 13, I think we were up to. From an overall structural perspective, his report is defective scientifically and medically. He does not footnote any source or authority in text, in any of the text of his report. This was definitely written by Dr. Russell. There's typos all over the joint. At the end of his report, he merely lists numerous references and materials that he states may affect his opinion in this case. He also describes his report as a preliminary response to your request. Neither of these approaches meet medical or scientific norms. This is true for the use and God, I'm doing terribly today. I am doing awful. I start a live stream to start reading. I can't freaking read. This is awful, guys. Who wants to come up here and do the reading for me? Anyone? You're welcome to. Who's a good reader in the audience? Goldfish, you want to come up and read? Likewise, he does not provide in the text of his report any citation to any literature source which would allow the methodology of his application and of the methodology. How many times is she made? She's being funny. How many times is she methodology here? Under the circumstances of this case, in accordance with general acceptance in media or any scientific community. Someone has to come up and read. This is getting worse. My vision is actually getting worse. And you can tell because I'm not reading so good. Right? It's getting awful. I'm loving the shade, but Hank is going to need a dog bite behavior specialist after Dr. Russell bum rushes him after he pisses her off on the stand. I know, right? Okay, so there are other motions, so but I'm really just not reading great today, so I can just quickly run through what the other motions are. The other motions that came up were also motion to compel discovery. So this was a whole list of stuff that came up for discovery. I can just quickly breeze through them instead of trying to read every word on the page. So here's my suggestion. If you actually want a reading of all of these, because I'm doing so badly at this, please do go to Melanie Little's channel. I do all my readings preliminary with Melanie Little. I just haven't done these ones with her today yet. So let me flip our screen back because this is really not helpful. Come on, bring me back to the right screen. Let me flip the screen back so I can see what the heck I'm looking at again. Share this. Share this. Right. So this is the motion to compel, and it's saying they want defense request 1 is for all chain of custody logs, reports, evidence logs, and other documentation regarding how the district attorney and all the state police came into possession of each distinct production of video surveillance footage from CPD, and that has been provided to the defense. And then B, request 2, an unredacted copy of MSP report 26, and that is the material attorney Brennan is going over. Yeah, it is, I think, that material to do with the Sandra Birchmore case. So unredacted. They also want request 3, an unredacted copy of the public record response relating to all email, correspondence, and communication associated with the Sandra Birchmore investigation. Yay. They also want an unredacted copy of all reports, communication, handwritten law enforcement notes, and all other documentation from the Sandra Birchmore investigation concerning material law enforcement witnesses in this case. That's everybody. That is Lank, Whitley, Dunn, Clark, Crawford, Albert, Fanning, Guarino, Tully, Bayland, and Morrissey. It's the whole crew. Hey, hang on. Wait. If it's the whole crew, I wonder what happens as far as them testifying as witnesses. I wonder what happens there. But that's the whole crew, right? I have a noisy child and noisy dog trying to get voiceover to work for images. Yeah, it's not great, right? Yep, you can do that. I mean, if you want to, it's totally up to you, JC. Like, I'm not doing a very good job, but I can just skip over these ones because they're big and bold, and I'm not having any dramas reading these ones. So exhibit E, sorry, point E is number 5, requests for all communication documents, reports, memoranda, recordings of interviews, physical evidence, findings, and or other evidence relating to the internal affairs investigation into Trooper Michael Proctor, including transcripts of the administrative proceedings. They haven't even got through all of that yet, have they? Oh, administrative proceedings. Right. Because we're on a different thing at the moment, right? Interesting. Okay, so request for all material and relevant communications made between members of law enforcement and witnesses in this case, including but not limited to Sergeant Yuri Buchanan and Chris Albert, by email address or cell phone from the inception of this case, from the January 29th to the present. Uh-oh. Chris Albert's in trouble. The Stoughton District Court received a police report. These are all Bettero filings. I bet you these are all Bettero filings. If only the notebook. Look, if I had organized this earlier, if I'd have realized I was going to have like a visual blindness attack, I would have done it through the notebook AI. I didn't realize that was going to happen. It is actually settling down, so I can come back to the Dr. Russell stuff in a minute. Blah blah blah. So I think this is all Bettero stuff that's coming up here. The nature of the exchange is the information, the tone, and the language. Yeah, this is the interaction between Buchanan and Chris Albert. He screwed up there. Like the fact that those texts even came out. These are all Bettero by the looks of things. Number 7, provide copies of all notes and correspondence. So I'm trying to read ahead. Sorry, I'm trying to read too far ahead, but if I do that, then I can read a little clearer when I come back to it. So copies, notes, copies of all notes and correspondence regarding any testing. Oh my God, this is not working for me. I'm back to bloody can't see again. Covered joy me, JC. Let me chuck a link up for you. Copy the link. I can't even see the freaking links. Maybe I should just give up. I probably should just give up. I need to change this. Everything has changed. Because I flipped the screen, I can see better. But everything else except for what I'm reading is back to front. So it's not happening for me. It ain't happening. Let me go and flip it all back again. Display, back to dark. Oh my God, that was so harsh. That was so harsh. I would, but thank you. Goldfish. Let me just put all this back again because it's thrown me for a 6. The whole thing has thrown me off. The colors, the change, the whole thing. It's whoa. All right, we're back again. Here we go. I have someone to read. Here we go. JC.
One second.
Wait a second. Whoops. That is
Okay, can you hear me
a
now?
lot of interference. Yes, gotcha. Yay. Yay. Have you got any of the reading material in front of you? Oh, he's gone again.
How about now?
Yeah,
I did it again. Second.
interference.
I had it all set, and then I clicked the.
How's that?
Okay, now how do I go back without killing that? Oh,
Great.
there we
Now
go.
we gotcha.
I
There we gotcha.
I hit the done button instead of like the X.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Dude, I still need some goddamn reading. Have you got the links to read?
Okay. Let me see. Well, I can see the screen. Where were you at?
If I give you the if I give you the links, because they're on X basically, and then oh no, these are on.
Well, I mean, I can see the screen right now.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Just tell me when you're ready to scroll.
Okay, so defense request number 7, provide copies of all notes and correspondence regarding any testing conducted in this case, along with all research and materials relied upon by the Commonwealth's experts in completing their analysis regardless of whether the witness will be testifying to the information at trial. The defense is also seeking copies of any and all testing conducted by experts in this case, along with all research and materials relied upon by the Commonwealth's experts in completing their analysis, regardless of whether the witness will be testifying to the information at trial. Scroll up.
Yeah, so I think that's in relation to analysis regarding whether the witness will be testifying. I don't know what that's in relation to.
Well, I mean, yeah, so Brady, the way I understand it, he quotes Brady in Rule 14, which isn't that the one that Judge Canone helped write?
Ah, I think you're right there, actually.
But yeah, I think it's like basically any and all materials that they've come up with regarding this case comes to the defense.
Yeah. So these are the Brady motions, basically.
Yeah. Let's see. So we did number 7. Defense copies.
Yep.
So H. Defense request number 8. Provide all communication between members of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and or its law enforcement agents, on the one hand, and all experts retained by the Commonwealth in connection with this case, including dates and substance of phone calls, copies of any written correspondence, dates of any strategy meetings, and list of materials received. As I read this in my mind, I'm like imagining all the documents. Like this is basically like a checklist of what documents to quickly throw into a fireplace.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's like, because you know that anything.
I'm picturing something. Yep, I'm with you.
It's like anything exculpatory. You just can't put it. I mean, there's like Betero has said so many times. It's like it's not just the one thing, right? It's not just the mirrored Sallyport video. It's like, and especially,
It's too much.
and especially when they pull it out of their you know, it's like pulling a rabbit out of a hat. They pull it out last, like in the middle of a trial, because at first, didn't Lally either at a pretrial hearing or at the beginning of the trial, didn't Lally say, like, Your Honor, there was no video, we couldn't find any, nobody preserved it, and then all of a sudden it
Yeah,
appears, right?
yeah,
It's like, and
right.
then if Buchanan had not sat there and tried to sell it to us as if it was real, you know, it's like
Yeah, exactly.
after,
Exactly. Sorry, we've lost you. We lost you there. I don't know what you changed, but it's gone. Roll. But yeah, I'm on the same page because Lally did say that. There's nothing left for us to discover. It's all out there. That last minute, reverse Sally Port, that was supposed to be the end of it. And now we're at the other end of everything, and all of a sudden there's all this new shit come up. So 2 crash reports. That's right. So thank you, JC. Hopefully he's going to be back shortly. Let me see what I can. Keep fighting, says Demp Dog. I'm trying my best today, but what a failure for everything that I have tripped over so far today. Let me try and go back to dark mode so I can freaking see what the hell I'm doing again. Oh, that's better. All right, so come back. JC, come back. The defense is further seeking all communications between members of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and all its law enforcement agents on the one hand, and all experts retained by the Commonwealth in connection with this case, including dates and substance of phone calls, copies of written correspondence, dates and strategy meetings, and list of materials, plural, received. $10 says that the more Sally Port footage 2 weeks in there, exactly. We already know that there's one more Sally Port of the reversing off the tow truck and then reversing into the Sally Port. And then the bit that we actually did see was the driving it into the Sally Port forwards. So we know that's coming up. So regardless of whether these communications are subject to mandatory discovery as statements under Mass Crim 14 or as containing facts of an exculpatory nature under Massachusetts Criminal 14, prosecutions are obligated under Rule 14 to disclose any material, and this is again Brady. Obviously, this is more Brady stuff. And who is the retired detective who put the stuff on the cloud? His name is what was his name again? He's actually not someone who was mentioned previously. But he's retired. But it has been said, I think, in someone's motions who it was that did this. He put it on the cloud, but he's retired now anyway. So this is Brady stuff basically. So defense request number 9: all written communications, including emails and text messages, between any members of the Norfolk County District Attorney Office and its law enforcement agents and any expert witnesses and Commonwealth Any expert witnesses the Commonwealth intends to call. So, Miss Reed seeks all written communications from all of them. They want it all, the whole lot. Any emails, text messages, any member of the Norfolk DA or its law enforcement agents, and any. It's just so stupid that they're having to ask for all of this. This is all supposed to be. It's supposed to be done. It's supposed to be part of what's it called when they were supposed to have had, is it called certification, their final certification that all of the evidence has been handed over? Isn't that what we're supposed to be at? Hey, welcome back. You need to switch it though.
So sorry about that. I forgot that I had a so the new insurance that I have. Gosh, I transferred things over, and then it's like, oh, we can have someone, have a doctor call you tonight. I'm like, I totally forgot about it because it's like, what? For me, it's,
Oh,
for me, it's like almost, 8 or at 7:30 p.m. So anyway, I totally forgot about it when they popped on. So,
yeah, cool.
where,
But,
what'd you come up with?
we were actually about to read number 10, so I'm so glad you came back. But we've got conclusion, and there's still another motion to read, which is, oh my God, there was so much that happened. I'll have to find the other ones because
Oh,
I don't have.
I guess I just realized that if I turn my phone this way, there's a link. I guess you can post it in this chat, right?
Put what? Sorry, post what in chat?
If you wanted me to pull that document open,
Oh, okay.
and then you can just follow
Yeah,
follow along, and then
it's a Dropbox. This one. So we'll just read this last one because that's the end of it, and then I'll give you the link, which is the rest of Dr. Russell's thing, because I've still got 2 pages I haven't read of hers yet because I ran out of
or I could just read your screen. A,
yeah, read this and then I'll send you
okay.
the link on X for the other bit. Okay, this guy is, sorry, I should introduce you properly. This is Jeremy. He's JC, the music. I can't see your entire thing now. What is it? Anyway, he's a musician basically. So, and he's doing the reading for me because my eyeballs are doing stupid shit today. But go on, go for it. It's all yours, Jeremy, unless you've fallen offline again.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay. Where are we at? Defense. Number 10. A legible copy
Yep.
of NDAO. Do we know what that is? NDAO. Does it say?
The NDAO 2390 to 2395. These are pages of I don't know what the.
So the Commonwealth produced a series of text messages in NDAO found at this reference, which are completely illegible. The defense requests that the Commonwealth immediately produce a legible copy. Oh, of course they're illegible. They were just like, let's put a black piece of paper over these, and then we'll hit copy, and then it'll just like, yeah. They're-
Completely illegible. I wonder what they mean by do you think that they're talking about that it's just blacked out?
like,
Or do you think that
like, like, this is like I said, this is the only case where we have to imagine what would they have like, what would you do if you wanted to, hide. It's like, you have to turn this stuff over. So I guess you really wanted to throw it in the fireplace, but you can't. So instead, what do? You run it through the copier like 500 times until it just
Yeah.
it looks and like kind of
Right.
fold the
So, well, the options are it's all just black because they don't want anyone to read it, or as you say, it's illegible.
right.
So,
Well, if the completely illegible. The defense requests the Commonwealth that immediately produce a legible copy of these communications. Conclusion: the requested discovery is relevant, within the custody or control of the government or its agents, and essential for preparation of an effective defense. Massachusetts has adopted a liberal standard for what is considered relevant evidence. See Filippini 1 Mass App Court.
you don't
Yeah,
have to read
that's
those. We know that
yeah,
there is
basically
to
reference.
case
What is that? Case reference this. Even if evidence is remotely probative of a fact in controversy, it is relevant. Um, and then I don't know what is that ID. As the Supreme Judicial Court advised in St. German, the Commonwealth should liberally disclose all. Um, I guess I have a scrunched down screen. Oh wait.
Oh, have I got it?
Oh, here we go. Um,
Is that better?
okay, yeah. Um, standard for what is
It's
relevant
just
evidence. Okay, so evidence. So even if evidence is remotely probative of a fact in controversy, it is relevant. Just as the Supreme Judicial Court advised in Saint Germain, the Commonwealth should liberally disclose all material which is even possibly exculpatory as a prophylactic against, oh my gosh, that word, prophylactic, against reversible error. And in order to save court time, um, production of the requested
yeah.
evidence will not produce unfair or substantial inconvenience to the Commonwealth, as these materials are within its actual and constructive custody or control. Denial of such discovery would violate Miss Reed's constitutional rights to effective assistance of counsel and to due process under the law, as guaranteed by Article 12 of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights and the 5th, 6th, 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution.
Right. So it's basically exculpatory. Again, exculpatory evidence. So,
Yeah, it's like,
I mean, there's too much of this going on, right?
and what they seems like they went back and forth. Lally, before the first trial, I kind of caught on to the trial just before it started, and so I didn't, I've gone back and watched some of the pretrial hearings. 'Cause it's interesting how once you've learned all this information, you go back and then you realize, because like for instance, in the what was it? What day was she arraigned? Was it February 3rd of 2022?
When she was first arraigned, yeah, somewhere
Um,
around that.
Back then, so I know for sure so that in Lally's opening of the trial, he only said I hit him 3 times, right? But then in his closing, he said it 4 times.
Yeah.
In the arraignment from that February 3rd, 2022, he said it 4 times. So he just can't count. And, it's like when you make shit up and you're not going to remember either that or,
Right.
So,
Exactly.
but
Yeah, I get.
yeah.
I'm just posting the next link,
Oh, yeah.
which is
Okay.
this is the rest of I think this is page 3 of Dr. Russell's throwing shade on everything, which I cut short because it was getting too hard for me to read it. But if I stop sharing my screen, you should be able to share yours. How's that sound? Thank you so much for doing this. I appreciate it. You saved me because I was going to end the stream otherwise. Do you have it? All this because Karen said, could I have hit him? They're just going nuts with a whole bunch of stuff, really. So let me know when you've caught up with us, Jeremy, because I think your audio has gone a bit weird again. It's not showing.
So I've got the photos. Now how do I...
Oh, you've got it. Cool. Share screen. Do you have share screen down the bottom underneath us? Are you on a phone or
Yeah, right now I'm on my phone as I stepped into a quiet place.
oh, you may not be able to do it from your phone. You may not have that option on the phone. So share screen is going to be probably restricted to only if you've got a laptop or a
Interesting.
computer.
Wait a minute.
Oh, did you work it out already?
Maybe. Bring presentations into Studio. Upload files.
Yeah, that's the one. Share the.
Wouldn't that be funny? Like, oh yeah, you just open up your photos and hit share. Like, ooh, whoops, I didn't mean to show that one. Now everyone's permanently blind.
Well, it won't show up straight away. So I've got to actually. What will happen is when you hit share screen, I have to authorize it to show up on the screen. So if you accidentally hit something,
That's good.
it won't come up on screen.
Wait a minute. Okay, so it's annoying.
Watching all the troubles,
That's
all the battles they had prior to trial was revealing. Surprised defense have been so restrained. I am surprised too, but they're playing the long game. They're playing it the right way as far as I can see. So, you haven't found it yet? It's only one page, so I can put it up and you can read it if you like. It's probably
because
oops. Sorry. Lost ya. All right, I'll pop it on the screen this way. I've lost your audio again, by the way. Let's do it this way. Hopefully it's big enough for you to read it. Nope, we have lost your audio again. Bugger. I'm going to give it a shot while we're waiting. So this is the last page of Dr. Russell's affidavit in support of the motion to boot Dr. Crosby. The subject of wound analysis, including wound directionality in humans, is a highly specialized area of the practice of medicine. Many physicians lack the sufficient knowledge, training, experience, and skills to engage in this area, which is the subject of substantial training and many medical textbooks and peer-reviewed articles. I suppose I possess the requisite education, knowledge, training, experience, and skills in this area. The methodology and application, there's a methodology again. The methodology and the application of methodology by Dr. Crosby concerning the wound analysis of the right arm of the decedent are incorrect. First, let me just scroll this up a bit. First, he evaluates that the decedent and his wounds as if they were the subject of a static environment as opposed to the proper dynamic environment that existed when the decedent was being attacked by a large dog. He wrongly evaluates a human body, a dynamic human body, like it was hard plastic and a static mannequin. For instance, he does not account for the movement of the various body parts of the dissident, according to the attacks, such as the substantial flexing of his right arm or the movement of his right shoulder to protect himself. That would decrease the angle of the elbow and move the wounds closer together. So I think she's talking about the stretching of the skin there. So if your elbow is bent when it's scratched, then when you straighten it up, it will bring the scratches closer together. The failure of Dr. Crosby to account for these movement renders wrong and unusual all the wound measurements in his report. Dr. Crosby wrongly applied his canine dentition measurements. Oh my God. Is that what they're doing? Dentition measurements? Hey, you back? You there, Jeremy? Nope. I mean, I can see you and I've got you sitting there, but you are not. You are not transmitting audio. It's okay though, because I'm nearly all the way through it now, so I think my eyes have adjusted to everything finally. So let's see how you go with fixing your audio, because I actually enjoy the conversation that we're having regarding all of this anyway. So where was I? Let's go again. Hello. Nope. I don't know what's going on there. We seem to have some audio issues, as per usual. All right, where was I up to? Dr. Crosby wrongly applies canine dentition measurements to a theoretically static right arm. Holy. Nope. All right, so if he's going to claim dentition, that he's measuring canine dentition, that is the exact wrong science. That is the exact science that's been debunked. So yeah, this really is a Dalbert like issue. He's not qualified to talk about canine dentition measurements. Absolutely not. Which is really weird, because the whole reason they did the Dalbert for Dr. Russell was to criticize her if she at all came from that direction, but she didn't. But this guy is. So yeah, this is a little bit of craziness going on here. A theoretical static right arm. Which angle of the elbow crease never moves? Which angle of the elbow crease never moves during a dog attack, according to Dr. Crosby's methodology, but remains fixed as it exists in the photographs, as he has said in his report. He also does not account for the elasticity and compressibility of human skin, which is also not static. Wound measurements change as a result of the dimpling and bunching of human skin. Likewise, there are structures immediately below the skin, such as bone and muscle, that would be and look different during the dog attack. This static methodology, she goes with the methodology every time. This static methodology approach by Dr. Crosby is medically unsupportable and incorrect and renders his measurements unreliable. Second, he wrongly based his analysis on individual wounds or individual sets of wounds as opposed to the overall pattern of wounds. Third, the directional arrows he inserts into the picture of the decedent on page 1394 of his report are also going in the exact opposite direction of how the wounds. Hang on. Go back. Very.
Alrighty. Now I realize how it was literally me. I was clicking on the Twitter link instead of the stream link. I couldn't figure out why I kept opening Twitter, and I'm like, what the hell am I doing wrong? Sorry. I was too in.
That's all right.
That's what happens when you get in a hurry. Now I understand from the other perspective when I'm like, man, that guy's an idiot. He's like, no, he's not an idiot. He's just messing. Yeah, so I did hear what you were talking about. Actually, what were you talking about?
We were talking. We were actually. I don't know what parts you missed or whatever while you were fiddling trying to get in and out.
Just now, what you said. You said something that was interesting, and you were like, "Wait, what were they trying to do?"
With the Dr. Russell, is that what you're talking about?
Oh, yes.
With the Dr. Russell, yeah. So basically, they were trying to say that. I was explaining that when they first did the Dalbert with Dr. Russell, that the judge has like deliberately, knowing that she's well experienced, deliberately put her through that because they wanted to trap her in talking about the canine dentition.
Oh, that's right.
Because that's not a valid science. Whereas treating and identifying wounds, that is a valid medical conclusion. But this guy here, this Crosby guy, he's actually going to do canine dentition measurements to support his own theory, but that's against that doesn't match the Dalbert. This is exactly what they were trying to catch Dr. Russell out on. Do you get what I'm saying? Now they're going to use him to do that same thing. So, yeah, it's sort of like it's hard to.
Oops, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry. Go on. Sure, I can hear you. Nope. Go on. So yeah, it's really hard to reconcile why they're.
Yeah, he said something about it in the back when his Hank's motions trying to challenge Dr. Russell, and of course we all wanted to smack that snark off of his face as he was. Oh, did you read this book? Did you know that we got an impression of Chloe's teeth? Like, unless you produce the dog, we're not going to believe that you really did it.
Right.
But yeah, like you said, it's not. You keep going. That was great. So it's not legitimate?
Right. The cornerstone of the argument is it doesn't matter if we're talking about dog bites or if we're talking about human bites. The science behind matching a person's bite or even a dog's bite.
Oh, right.
Has been.
Yeah, because
it's all been.
She's has like a million years of experience as an ER doctor and forensic pathologist and happens to study dog bites. We're talking about bites on a human, not a dog biting a human. Like,
right. And so there has been like people released from prison who were like a couple of the cases, for example. One of them was a guy had bitten into a piece of cheese or something, and that cheese was lying around, and they said that cheese bite matched his mouth bite, and then he was jailed for it.
Oh gosh.
For that evidence. And then over a period of time, they finally came to the conclusion, like the world's experts who supported those theories have now gone back on them and said, look, you know what, we don't have evidence that these are like, like fingerprint matches. Bite marks are not as accurate as fingerprint matches, for example.
Yeah.
And so now they're going back through. There are I think they still believe that bite marks can be used as evidence, but because the way that they've done this over a period of time to prove people have committed crimes, they now want to go back over the studies and go like, we need to establish scientific evidence and have groups of scientists discussing how these mouth imprints are used and what I'm sort of getting blanks here.
I,
I'm
I,
sorry. I'm
I
trying to.
understand what you're saying. Yeah, basically, your teeth, it's not like you're making a dental implant. When you bite something, some of it is being torn, some of it, whatever it is you're biting into, it's not making a perfect impression. And in my mind, if you're biting something, wouldn't it be more likely to get DNA off of that than trying to match the
Right,
bite?
right. So the DNA side of it is obviously more accurate,
Yeah.
and there is a scientific basis for it. Whereas the imprints, there's not a scientific basis for that. So yeah, that's basically where they're coming from. They're going back through how can we use this as evidence, but now they need to go through the process of basically the same process that Dr. Russell went through in how do we identify dog bites? Well, we've got to look at hundreds of dog bites. We've got to look at the numbers. We've got to compare the numbers. We've got to compare the bites. We've got to do all of this study in order for us to be able to use it as evidence.
I mean,
So they've actually gone back to that drawing board.
well, I mean, humans, we're literally pattern matching machines. I mean, when we see something we've never seen before, we're taught, okay, well,
Yeah.
let's say that's a dog. Okay, well, what kind of dog? Well, that's a Yorkie. Okay, and then you see Yorkies, and okay, that's a Yorkie, that's not a Yorkie. So for her, she sees dog bite, dog bite, dog bite, and after years of experience, you just look at it, that's a dog bite. And then she obviously did more, but for them to,
Yeah.
eh,
I
I
get
mean,
what you're saying.
this,
For them to now turn around and say, oh, well, let's look at canine dentition, which is the science that is currently, under review because there is no science backing it.
well, and
That's
obviously that,
it's the
if they're trying to use it obviously to say, uh, this is what Chloe's mouth would look like, but that doesn't match. Well, obviously that doesn't help them because you can't. They're claiming that this perfect pattern of equal, like they're perfectly spaced, and they all have the same pressure applied, right? So, because
yeah.
it's not, they can't take a dental impression of a bunch of scattered tail light and match that up to anything. And obviously, when they try to say that, oh, first she hit him, okay, well then when did the car take a bite out of his arm? Like, it's like, oh,
Right.
it can't all happen at the same time, and it would be all different shapes. And then on top of that, the forensic, the CSI for the state, she testified that there was no DNA or no blood DNA because there would be skin
Yeah.
and blood on the light. So, but
Right.
did you want me to read
So
that? I can read that.
Oh, I finished reading it while you were trying to join back in again.
Oh, great.
So
No worries. Yeah, so
I did.
I love, I've seen the buzz on Twitter as, basically, I happened to glance at what Andrea Burkhart, something like, that, she was excited to see that, Karen Reed's team struck back twice as hard at Hank, because it's like, okay, first, in all these series of all these back and forths with the evidence, it's like, okay, they're playing games with the video, right? And oh, you're going to need an order for that, a court order for that, and then of course they produce receipts. Here's all the times that we've had the court order for that to be turned over. And then he turns
Yep.
around and says, "Oh, by the way, we want." Thing that blows my mind. So he wanted, he's asking for location data that's on Karen Reed's phone, but did they forget that I believe it was Green that testified that Karen Reed's location data was in her phone that they had imaged, but it had been deleted.
Right, it was deleted by the prosecution or someone on that side, wasn't it?
Yeah, and so in other words, his Richard Green's first go around, he was a more polite um, forensic examiner. That I think he mildly uh, stated that it appeared to show like it should have been there, but it wasn't. But I'm wondering,
Right.
wouldn't Karen have an like? Is the location data that they're looking for, is that only on the physical phone? Like, are they looking behind?
Also, from what I understand, the Proctor, Michael Proctor, I got that name right, didn't I? I don't know. My mind just went blank. Yeah, Proctor took possession of her phone the day of. So when he went and confiscated the car, I think that's when he took possession of the phone.
Yeah,
So the original image of her phone was taken by them, but then that was produced in discovery to the defense. So
but what?
I don't know that she had the original data off her phone. I think what she had was what they gave her after Proctor confiscated the phone.
Hmm.
So, and then deleted the relevant information, then gave them a copy of the phone data without that information. Um, so there's that, and then there's also the second confiscation of her phone. So there's a second phone once the trial kicked off, and once it was just before the trial kicked off. I think it was like a month before, or it might have been 2 months before the trial kicked off. They were trying to use Aidan Carney as the
Oh, right. They wanted to set those two up, try to make it look like, yeah.
right, so that it looked like, yeah, he was intimidating witnesses at her behest. So they took that phone as well. They confiscated that phone as well.
Did she ever get it
So
back?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't know
I guess.
that she's got anything.
I guess if I know it, I can't remember if Aiden ever got his devices back. I know he got images of some
He
devices,
got yeah, he got data from those devices. They didn't give him his devices back though. Yeah,
even though
basically.
the other guy, was it Brian, the other murder trial?
Well, the Welsh guy got
Yes,
all his back the same day.
exactly.
Right.
Uh,
So yeah, they're playing games. I mean, it's pretty obvious that they're playing games with it all. But with the data stuff, like
ooh, you should
someone actually,
go ahead.
sorry. Well, someone mentioned in the chat earlier about, it might have been you, I can't remember who it was, but about the deliberate destruction of the chip data so that
Oh yeah, the chip off.
nobody.
Because it's like I'm
Yeah, yeah,
thinking, okay, because that's the reason why Adam Lally was so boring. I think it was by design, but it was all a charade, and just putting on with so many witnesses. What if any? Who if any? Just um, going through the
did you know?
motions, but but like none of that was really substantive. Uh, I was gonna say, um, oh yeah, the
he
Lexus at some point,
he bored them,
I, when I
he bored them to death. Like, it was crazy.
once I had time to think about it, I'm like, wait a minute, 2021 Lexus LX 570, um, and and when you started looking into the deep dive of the text stream data, and I started doing some research, and I realized, wait a minute, that car, without having to rip it apart, will give you all of the information you need. And I think um, if they wanted to, I'm pretty sure Toyota, like I think the tech stream literally syncs up with Toyota, just to give the analytics. And I bet it.
Yeah, well, the thing with that is that right at the 2021 era, they um,
Some features that.
they were doing they were doing automatic transmission from the vehicles to their server. But what happened during that era is they changed the way the system connects to their server, and they actually made it opt out.
Oh,
So I think maybe Karen has opted out of joining that program, the new program,
yeah.
to transmit the data to the cloud, to the Toyota cloud. So I don't know that there's one of two possibilities. She allowed she said, I opt in and it is on the cloud, but they've prevented her from being able to get access to it.
Yeah.
Or because the Commonwealth can, I guess, in some ways, because they're doing an investigation, lock it all down so she can't have access to it.
That makes sense.
There is that side of it. But they got to provide some pretty good reasoning why why it's not discoverable to the defense. But at the same time, she may have opted out on that new program and said, no, I don't want my stuff on the cloud. So, she's pretty smart, and most of us don't want our shit on the
I
cloud.
know.
So,
Um, Totally, and that makes sense because people are always in fear of big data. Now, if you really want to hide, you got to hide in plain sight and look like everybody else. Like if your browser, your phone browser, like instead of having like a much different browser than everyone else, like if you have the same iPhone, the same browser as everybody else, it's actually going to be harder for them to figure out, like nail you down to like tie you to your data.
yeah, if you're all using the same one, then you're kind of hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, and then yeah, it makes it harder for them to be for sure. But if you're using something unique, but yeah, the text when you start looking at text stream, and actually I just saw, it's kind of unrelated but not really annoying. I think it was Jeep. There was a Jeep owner that was like a bunch of Jeep owners that were pissed because every time they came to a stop, they were getting like this pop up to, on their radio, on their infotainment system, to like, hey, buy an extended warranty. Like,
Yeah,
ah,
yeah. So yeah, there's also that side of the infotainment system that was opt-in as well. So you had two different things that you could opt in or out of. One of them was whether you wanted your operation data to be stored on the Toyota cloud. The other one was whether or not you wanted things like maps, for example. You want to be able to store maps so that when you go bush 4-wheel driving in your Lexus, for example, and you're not connected to, or you have no reception basically to the internet, then you still have access to your maps and stuff. So there was also that side of an additional opt-in sort of thing that you could join up with if you wanted those extra data. So
Do you, now, I know a couple months ago you did a really good breakdown of the different sides of the, like, just the CAN data and then the text stream data. Do we know if they actually got anything off of those chips? Because, Hank Brennan made it sound like, oh, there was just so much information that it was going to take forever to download. It's like, he,
they've made it they've made it very confusing because they're saying on one hand the crash data report produced nothing, that there was absolutely no trigger events at all. But then they turn around and say, but then we got, this other way we got this information and here's the true trigger events. So they've actually made that confusing to say on one hand, no, we can't access the data because the chip off event, screwed everything up. But on the other hand, here's all this data.
what,
So they actually,
what was I remember the obvious discrepancy of bits versus bytes. What was the size they predicted with the wrong calculation?
oh, I have to have that up in front of me again to remember the exact sizes.
I
But
could have sworn he said something like 8 GB of data.
yeah, different chips had different sizes. So one of them was,
I just,
he thought it was 8 GB and it's actually 8 gigabits.
yeah,
Another one was 64 gigabytes. He thought it was 64 gigabytes, but it was 64 gigabits. So yeah,
I'm interested to see what they found because like everything else in my mind, I'm thinking what did they do to, they found somebody to go along with their plan to concoct, fabricate some data that they can stick in there and pretend to download it.
yeah. So if you look on the screen now, that's the Bosch report,
Yeah,
right? They're saying from the Bosch report, whoops, way too zoomed. Let's get this up a bit bigger. They're saying here, last pre-crash page, no pre-crash data, contains unlinked pre-crash data, no unlinked pre-crash data, event record. So this would be triggered events that happen, pre-crash or after crash. So pre-crash and then through the crash and then after the crash, they should all be listed here. So this is the crash data report using the Bosch through the CAN bus system. Through the connecting to the CAN bus system through the OBD2 port, I think Trooper Paul said.
hmm
So so here's one example where he's going, yeah, there was no data that we pulled through connecting that way. But then he turns around and he says, well, here's all this data. Where did all this data come from?
And what's
Because,
funny is that I've spent so much time building Excel like fancy charts with colors that
right,
obviously jumped right out at me as being just Excel. So yeah, like you said, where if you say that it didn't have any data, then where did you get this data from?
right.
And
So,
that was the frustrating thing about the first trial was that because they acted dumb, but they were kept trying to hide the ball. The defense could never get ahead of anything to ask the good questions that we all now are asking.
right. So that's going to be my next exercise, to get GPT, Chat GPT, to look into this data and tell me where this data actually came from. So I did ask that question regarding the key cycles, and it came back to, it gave me a whole bunch of choices, but it did come back to the CAN bus system in those choices. And I can actually...
I'm curious, do you use the free version?
No, I'm paying for, I bit the bullet and decided to pay for
Oh,
ChatGPT
that's awesome.
because
I would if
you can,
yeah, you can make your own custom
sorry,
ones.
well, there was a couple of limitations. You can only make so much analysis happen in a day. They're like, come
Oh,
back
that's
tomorrow,
right. It
your 24 hours is up.
well, I had been using it long enough. Once, so first when you started using the notebook, then I found out about that, and then I found out about Gemini, and because I almost exclusively was using ChatGPT up until a few months ago, and always just the free version, and at some point it was just, you know, it was just pre-trained up until September of 2019 or 2021 or whatever it was. And then they did an update to where you could get access to the newer one, but like you said, only so much, and then it would tell you, okay, now you're going back to the old system for the rest of the day.
Right.
But the one thing I
So,
like about the ChatGPT is the customizing, where you can basically, I went into the settings and told it, okay, I know that you're just an AI tool. I'm using it for research. I know you're not a doctor, you're not a lawyer. Don't ever tell me any disclaimers because I hate them.
so the way I went about working out, what was essentially asking ChatGPT, the series of questions about the key cycle data.
Hmm.
As I said, I'm gonna do the same exercise with this other data. So it's another video coming up. But essentially, so here I'm asking it, is there any systems on board that would record all of these events, the PCM, the TCM, the ABS, and the TRC, because they were all listed in Trooper Paul's testing key
Hmm.
cycles. So it came up and it said to me, basically that the tech stream logs can probably do that. And Trooper Paul did say, that what he was showing us was tech stream data. However, that contradicts what he's saying with the CDR report, the crash report,
Hmm.
that there were no triggered events. And so
From the Bosch.
right. So basically, hang on, where's the next? Hang on. Let me go to the next screen.
And I apologize if you still have viewers. I don't have the ability to look at chat, so
That's all right. They're quiet right now, so
I scared them
I'll
all
read
away.
it. I'll say something if they do mention it. But essentially, oh, I've got big X's everywhere. Let me just hide these X's so we can see what it says. So the other way that it says you could get all of those things into the same report was by the airbag control module. But Trooper Paul said that the airbag control module didn't record anything. So I ruled that one out. The CAN bus data logging obviously is through the OBD2 port, which he did actually mention. I think he said the OBD2 port.
Hmm.
So that's why I thought it had to be the CAN bus. But then there's also the OBD2 data logger, which would capture all of those things as well, depending on the tool. So because he says that he got no data from the CDR tool, that's why I came back to it had to be a CAN bus. It had to be an edited CAN bus.
Report.
The way, yeah, the way the Chat GPT described it was
Oh yeah,
manipulate.
in your video, you said something about that. The fact that it said, yeah, that's highly unlikely. Someone got something wrong.
Right, right. So the next exercise, as I said, the next exercise is going to be, where did that data come from for the 3-point turn and the alleged incident? Where did that data come from? And so I'll probably do a video on that in the next couple of
Oh,
days.
I
Just to,
loved your breakdown of you're, you're showing the like, okay, this steering wheel movement, you understand, is like so minute, like so tiny that it's literally almost doing nothing.
right. Well, the person who actually did the best demonstration of that was Dreamfeed Media.
Okay.
She did a great demonstration. I would recommend
Oh,
it. Go and
that's right. I
that
did. No,
one.
I did see that. There was no sound. I think I sped through it, so I forget. One thing I didn't understand was why did she do it over and over again? Because I didn't spot the difference. And I think because there was no sound, I was kind of like, what's happening here?
I'm not sure what all of the different ones were.
Like,
I think
she said she was
I
doing
think that
simulations, but I didn't understand why she did it several times.
yeah, I don't specifically understand why she did it several times either, but it was a good simulation. So the only one that made sense to me was the one that matched up with the, so that there was the two sets of data. She probably did them both twice.
Okay.
The two sets of data. One was the supposed 3-point turn, and the other one was the supposed incident. So
Well, see, that's the Commonwealth's problem as well. Is when you lie, you forget which lie you're like. Okay, you forget that was the old lie was the 3-point turn, um, and it's like, and then you end up with, like what did Higgins miss some of the, colluding, and so the Jeep appears on
right.
the street. Like, wait, which story were we going with? And the thing is,
So if you look,
when you look at, I was
sorry.
just gonna say, when you analyze how many different data points, how much evidence is missing. Like it's just one thing, right? But how unlikely it is. Like it's just so obvious that they did something. Anyway, so when we
Yeah.
look at this, what?
The When we look at these two exhibits, so exhibit 594,
Hmm.
and you look at this last one, the steering signal, and it says it goes from 0 degrees to negative 4.5 degrees to, can hardly read those values. I think it's 9, 12, 13, 13.5. Those are the values that Dream Feed Media was showing us in. This is the
Oh,
actual in.
I see. That she was showing the actual what a deflection of the steering wheel would look like.
Right, these values here in this bottom
Yeah,
uh,
when
row, basically.
yeah when you look at these charts, so like look how little time is elapsing between the columns.
Right, 3.7 to 4.7, so that's 10 seconds in that column. And here's the other thing that the AI picked up, right? So this here is supposedly the 3-point turn. There's an 8-minute gap between the 3-point turn and the alleged incident.
No
So I
kidding.
asked it to analyze. Yeah, see, this is 6:52 seconds since the ignition was turned on to 6:62 seconds. So that is also 50 to 60. That's also 10 seconds. And then this 10 seconds is the alleged incident. And so what's missing is all the data between 650, what's that number again? 662
Hmm.
and the beginning of this 1137. So that's how many seconds since the ignition was turned on. So there's 8 minutes of data missing between the two. Now, from what I can understand, that was never turned over to defense. That whole 8 minutes in between was never turned over to defense. All they ever saw was these Excel charts that Trooper Paul devised from the data.
Well,
So they don't even have access to that data yet.
and that was their mistake. One of their many mistakes is when you so they gambled, right? They since they're putting on a charade, they want it to look like it's supposed to look, but they locked themselves into such a tight. Well, and of course the defense locked them in on their testimonies to such a tight timeline and this tight set of events that now they can't, like if it's just a generalization, then it's easier to like make excuses. But these guys have
Yeah.
they've gone down to the last detail, and obviously, Paul didn't completely understand everything, and the fact that the was it what is it, Dream Theater?
Not sure.
Well, the lady that was you had referred us to that does the
Oh, Grace. Dream Feed Media.
oh
Gracie, your
Dream.
name is.
She has such a pleasant voice, and so the first videos I saw of hers was the reenactment using the toys. That was so
Yeah.
cute, but it's just the what her theory I believe was, well look, okay, like you're asking, well, where'd you get these numbers? Well, okay, these formulas. Oh, he left the formulas in here, so looks to me like he plugged in some data on the side and then extrapolated or calculated, and but then at some point, oh, we need it to say this, and he had to. That's where the data gets off, as
Yeah.
as the GPT has pointed out. It's not consistent data. It's obviously just manufactured, or at least a
Right.
mix of. Yeah.
So when I went through the first exercise with the Chat GPT, I basically gave it these figures, but at the same time I didn't ask it to analyze video. I didn't know it could analyze video, so I was on a free version of the Chat GPT at that stage.
It'll analyze
So I just
video.
right. So what I did was I said, here's the data from these two data sets, and then we're told that there was somewhere along the lines in the key cycles, there was this point from a video a CCTV footage evidence that the vehicle was reversed and put onto a tow truck, and that's when it left the possession of Karen Reed. So when I described it that way, it looked at that evidence and said, it does seem to look like it could be the tow truck episode. But I didn't realize at that moment, first of all, that the Chat GPT could analyze the video, but secondly, also, I didn't go back and look at the video to describe the actual events of putting the vehicle on the tow truck. All I said was that it was put on a tow truck and possibly stuck in the snow prior.
It's
So
when you give it enough surrounding information, it's amazing how it can infer. Um, I've had some mind-blowing conversations, even with the free version. Um, when if you get to that point when you're fighting it, so you gotta walk it back and just slowly walk it, like feed it down the conversation path. Like if it's not going
right,
to help you, you say, okay, we got a hypothetical here, and you change names. Like I've had oh, one time when I knew that. So if you're trying to come up with clever, like derogatory names to call somebody else, it doesn't want to help you. So I said, so I'm writing a book, and I have a antagonist, and here's their traits, and this, and it
yeah, you
totally
gotta
bought it.
help out it
It totally
the
gave
other
me the
way.
list of the possible names that I wanted. It's like, and it's unfortunate that we have to do this, but I mean, okay, it's like I can
Right.
outsmart the AI.
Well, in a way, I get what people are trying to do in programming the AI so that it can't be used as a weapon. It can't be used to, do the work of a legal expert. It can't be used to blah blah
Well,
blah.
yeah, because it
I
can potentially hallucinate. and if you're not smart enough to catch it, like, wait a minute,
Right.
I guess that's
Like one of the things that it got sidetracked on, which I found very amusing, was it actually came up and said, "Oh my god, I can't even remember it off the top of my head. What was it?" I ended up having to correct it and say no because the video shows this. So it came up and said, "Oh, this can't be possible because of blah 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 blah." And I was like, "Yet the video shows that it did happen."
oh
And then it corrected itself and went, "You're right. You're right. If the video shows that it happened, that it had to have happened." So this was where I got the idea of, well, okay, I need to pay for this because I run out of, options. It won't produce any more for me until I pay for it. So I paid for this month. And then I realized, I asked it, can you analyze video? Yep, I can analyze video. I was like, no way.
you got to throw that Sallyport video in there.
Right. I got a whole bunch more playing to do for this month.
Oh my gosh, and what? It's probably only like what, $20?
Yeah, it's 20 for the month. Yeah.
It's so worth it. I mean, it's
Yeah.
such a proper tool. Now, Gemini is at least the free version of Gemini is
Well, see,
it's not as good as
if you
ChatGPT.
if you pay for ChatGPT, you can actually switch between Gemini and multiple other systems.
Oh, that's phenomenal. I'll have to do that soon. I
Yeah.
I have a close friend from the Army Reserves who um, helped me get a job. I haven't been offered yet, but his boss basically said, "Hey, work with work with him so that you can help him get his resume right." And so today, this morning, he texted me and said, "Hey, they're going to hire 3 candidates, and you're one of the 3." And like, so excited.
So he used AI to do that. Is that what you're saying?
He is AI. No.
Uh,
Oh, I see. I made the leap. What was it? Oh, the point of the job was that I'll then be able to afford to pay for it. Sorry, I forgot to make that connection. Uh,
yeah.
but it
Yeah, Tracy, that's what we were saying earlier, Tracy, that people who write the code for the AI basically, once this happened where an attorney used AI to create their filing, they've actually stopped it from being able to do that now. So that's what we were just discussing about having to fool the AI into thinking that we're just researching or we're just looking into a civil
well,
case
because
or we're
technically
just,
we are. We're not building evidence. We're just we're
right,
scientists. We're coming at it from all angles, and we don't want the
right.
we don't want it to tell us that, oh, you got to hire a lawyer for that. Like I literally argued with Gemini one day about something that had to do with laws and the Constitution, and it would spit out the answer, and then it went blank, and it said, I don't know the answer to that. And I literally like, yes, you do. And then it finally said, well, here's references. You can look it up yourself. It's
Right.
like, okay, fine.
The other thing too is that if you're talking about a criminal case, it'll automatically assume that it's always state leaning because that's the way justice is supposed to work. In the light most favorable to the state is how the judge is supposed to rule on things, and also the system in general.
Well, yeah,
So it does that as well.
a stark contrast um, between this case and I always forget the name of the case, but there was a case within the last couple of months out of Texas. The guy, I think he's in his 50s, um, disappeared his wife. Like they had a fight, and that the probable cause affidavit was written like a novel. Like the police took their time to get everything right. They spell everything out. Everything's connected. They have all the evidence. Like it's not just throwing out, random assumptions. Like it's a, and then when you look at this, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, it's just like they just kind of did a, like I guess they had a monkey sitting at a keyboard that was just randomly banging at the keyboard to
Yeah.
come up with their probable cause affidavit.
Here's a fun exercise. Let's ask ChatGPT some stuff. Do you want me to ask the ChatGPT where the data came from for the 3-point turn and the incident?
I bet it.
What do you think?
I bet. I mean, it's worth a shot.
Right, let me grab the data first because it's going to want that data all the way from the top again. It does this to me every time. So the pain in the ass thing about ChatGPT is it will forget. After a certain period of time, it will actually forget. It will just go, what data? I was reset. You have to upload that data again.
Well, I know, with the paid version of ChatGPT, there should be a place where you can kind of build your own like LLMs, like based around a certain data set, or like
Right. If you've got the app installed and blah blah. But I
oh,
just didn't go that way about
oh, no
it.
worries.
There's
I
what so
haven't used it. I just have heard about it, but
right.
yeah, it's powerful straight out the browser.
So I'm gonna say I have some TechStream. No, I have some Toyota. Just got to spell it right. Toyota Lexus 570 data, and I want to analyze. Which system? Which logging system? Which logging system the data came from? Okay. To determine which logging system the data came from, we need to analyze specific characteristics of the data set, the data structure and format, the logging frequency, event triggers and available parameters, and a timestamp analysis. It's going into a lot more detail how it will do it. So if you upload the data set, I can run a detailed analysis. So here's the first data set. So this is the incident data set. This data set appears to be from a Toyota Lexus vehicle logging system. Yeah, I just told you that. Likely from TechStream or a similar diagnostic tool. Given the column names in the data structure, the timestamp and logging frequency, which is the EVCH time, and the gear position and neutral logging, the brake activation and longitudinal G-force, and then the he says if this were the EDR crash log, it would have a very short pre-crash window, not a long sequence like this. Capture only a few seconds before and after an impact. So it's not EDR crash log data. Steering and lateral G-force. Final verdict. This is likely to be TechStream or similar diagnostic data. So this is probably what you would get as a mechanic, for example, trying to get the information from a mechanic, essentially.
Yes, it's not even the actual data that we would normally look at after an event.
Right. This data set has all the hallmarks of TechStream logging, including 0.5 second time intervals, continuous gear and brake data, vehicle speed, RPM, and accelerator inputs, steering and G-force data, which are common in diagnostic logs, long duration during which EDR does not do, long duration recording, which EDR does not do. Would this be aftermarket logging? If not tech stream, it could be from an aftermarket OBD tool logging tool. Some 30 I'm getting confused with my language again. Some third-party tools like ScanGauge, Carista, or Talk Pro can record similar parameters. However, Toyota's proprietary formatting suggests it's more likely from TechStream.
How about this? Ask it if it can tell if this is a standard log, or if it can tell the difference, or if it can tell if, let's say, somebody just grabbed other data to try to make it look like tech stream data. Can it tell the difference?
Let's say,
You know what I mean? Like, would a car normally do these things?
let me say, if it's TechStream data, if TechStream is the source, if TechStream is the source, does this data set represent a complete log as expected from the text stream? How's that?
Yeah, because if I was Trooper Paul and I was told, if you want to keep your job, you need to make us a report that looks real, I would do that. I would literally look at past logs, assuming that I can't use, because obviously Karen's is just going to be all normal going forward, going backwards, like parking, you know.
Right.
So I would likely pull from another.
Not going to trigger an event. She won't trigger an event like that's going to be recorded because she's just driving normally, as you say.
But I understand. I can see why I would say recognize that it's not. So this EDR, event data recorder, doesn't it say in the manual that it just triggers when it hits a certain threshold, and then that, because it's capturing what likely happened right around an event, like a crash event. Otherwise, you're probably looking like.
What it will do is it will start out by learning your driving patterns, and then over a period of time it knows your throttle pressure and the way that you use your brakes and all of that stuff. It learns that within like the first week that you own the car, essentially. Like you can just disconnect your battery and reconnect your battery and that will reset it. So it'll start learning how you drive your car. It only takes a couple of drives for that, for the entire system to go, right, we're tuned into your driving. As soon as something happens outside of the normal patterns of your driving, that's what will trigger the events. But the crash log data is different.
I think I
When the
remember
airbags,
being on a stream of yours a long time ago, and I think you said the memory in this is non-volatile. In other words, it's even if it loses battery, it doesn't necessarily lose its memory. Is that
yeah,
one of the chips?
right. So there's different chips that do different things, and so the chips that are learning your driving behavior, those are being stored in a different area, let's say, of storage. That stuff is going to be written and rewritten and written and over periods of
Sure, it'll be fine-tuned over a period of time.
right. And then there's the permanent storage where well, it's not totally permanent. It's still got its limits, but there's another area where it would record like crash data events and other types of events. So there's two different sort of storage locations for that information. They might actually be on the same chip, but they're allocated differently depending on what the chips are recording, if that makes sense. And the CAN bus also, just to clarify, the CAN bus doesn't record anything. It just makes inquiries from those units. It'll ask, depending on how you have it set up, but you can just set it up so that it only triggers on certain types of events, for example, which Toyota has a set sort of pattern how they want it to record things, essentially. So but yeah, the CAN bus doesn't have its own memory. It's just asking from the other units that do store things in memory, what do we know about this triggered event and what do we know about that triggered event, and then it pulls it up sort of in a report fashion. So anyway, the question, if the text stream is the source, does this data set represent a complete log as expected from the text stream? So it's going to go and have a look and analyze whether, or how text stream typically logs data. So the expected data completeness and text stream logs would capture all the key cycle events, start, drive, stop, include expected parameters, speed, RPM, shift position, brake position, maintain constant timestamp intervals, which we don't have here, typically 5 seconds, 0.5 seconds for real-time monitoring, and not have missing data points or irregularities. 2 potential issues with completeness in your data set. Here's what I found in your data set. Consistencies with text stream logging. It found the 0.05 second sampling interval is consistent. The key parameters are recorded, matching which text stream logs. The gradual positions in speed, braking, and RPM indicate continuous vehicle operation. The potential issues in completeness, so that's what it notices is right about the data, but this is what it found wrong about the data. It found a lot more wrong. The potential issues were missing key cycle, which is what we all said, or ignition state, EVCH, time resets, or irregularities. So it starts at 1137.55 seconds instead of 0. This suggests that either a portion of the log is missing, earlier data is cut off, text stream was started mid-session, meaning the data set may not cover the entire trip. Text stream was disconnected and reconnected, causing a reset.
Yeah, in other words, it's just yet another piece of inconsistent data that at face value, it may have just passed the test, but when you dig into it, as in a murder case where you need to, obviously it's not passing the smell test here.
Yep, exactly.
I switched headphones. I saw these other headphones are kind of older.
Yeah, we were getting a lot of background noise. It's much better on the headphones. So there you go, phone's mum fixed.
Yeah, I realized that I could pop the chat open.
You found it. Sorry, I don't use a phone to access it, so I don't even know where that is. But a lot of people say to me, "Where's the chat?" And I'm like, "Isn't there a button there to press?"
Yeah, so it's literally just 3 tabs. Like,
okay.
Yeah.
So number 3, total time column duplication. What duplication? There are 2 total time second columns, possible formatting or logging. Wow, inconsistency. Text stream usually does not duplicate column names. This might indicate a manual data merge or a partial extraction. Dun, dun, dun.
Of course, that's what I always suspect. I mean, it's in an Excel spreadsheet, like.
Duh.
Well, I think it might have been you that showed us at some point earlier, maybe on a different day, what real data looks like with all the time columns. And if somebody's showed a picture of a text stream that has the...
Yeah, I can actually ask ChatGPT to show me one, if you like, what it's supposed to look like. So to pull something from a real world event or whatever and show us. So we can do that next. So the potential data gaps. The data set appears continuous, but some values change abruptly. Brake and oil pressure jumps significantly. Accelerator opening ratio goes from 0 to 63% in one step. So that should have been gradual, obviously, if it was going to be measured in half seconds.
Yeah, earlier this year, I
Gear
remember just taking some of the data and doing the calculations and showing, let's see, according to Trooper Paul, um,
Yeah, yeah,
this, if Karen had, first of all, I don't think that vehicle could literally get up to that speed, up to 24 miles an hour in reverse in 62 feet. And
right,
it would have basically sent John into a low Earth orbit.
exactly. So it goes on to say the data set appears continuous, but there are value. Oh, I said all that. Gear shifts occur without neutral position, which text stream often does log. And if data is missing, this could mean selective logging or trimming. And 3, possible explanations for an incomplete log. Text stream was not running for the entire key cycle. The log was manually edited or extracted, potentially omitting later portions. Text stream buffer size limits. Yeah, I don't think there was any buffer size limits on it, but that is a possibility, I guess. And selective data collection. Final assessment is this a complete text stream log? Unlikely to be complete. So now I'm going to give it the second data set and ask it the same set of questions. It gives me some other things that we can do to it, but we'll come back to that. I'm going to say
I forget what were the different exhibits supposed to show.
the exhibit we just put in is the actual incident. Hang on, let me double check which one it is. It's what Trooper Paul says is the actual incident where the car increased to 24.2 miles per hour in reverse and hit John O'Keefe.
Right.
So now I'm going to do the same thing. I have another data set which is claimed to be, whoops, let's get my spelling right, which is claimed to be 8 minutes. Is it earlier or later? I forget. 8 minutes earlier, which is claimed to be 8 minutes earlier. It's going to say, why is there a gap? Where's the 8 minutes that are missing? I already know that because I asked it that yesterday, but we'll continue with the exercise. So to do that, I just need to edit this so that I'm only uploading that one piece of data. So this is the 6.6252 to 62 seconds data. I'm going to analyze them, see if they form a continuous text string log or if there are missing segments. I'm going to look at timestamp gaps, seamless data transitions, key event alignments, and evidence of data manipulation. So it's doing its analyzing thing. Trooper Paul, hey Scotty, by the way, Trooper Paul, the crime scene whisperer and stuff, horrid at math, and he never heard of kinematics, but he is allowed as an expert by Auntie Bev because he has a badge. Yeah, exactly. Exactamundo.
I loved during that. I can't remember if the extra spicy happened. Wasn't it when AJ was basically voir diring him? He got extra spicy.
I thought it was all spicy. It was all wonderfully spicy.
Like, like,
Did he get minute? I don't remember.
oh,
I don't remember.
because I want to say that it was a Friday, and they were trying to, um, oh, they had a new picture of the Traverse that didn't show the tire moving, and
Oh, yeah.
so, and then so of course Jackson was pissed. So the compromise was, okay, you can voir dire him about it, and then he can testify, I think on Monday or Tuesday, whatever the next time he was there. And
Right.
but it you could tell it was like AJ just goes, okay, but look at our video. This is the one you gave us, and it moves.
Yeah.
So it's like, what'd you do? Just freeze the frame? Like, I know he didn't say that, but he wanted to. But then
Yeah.
obviously you knew after knowing, after seeing the Crash Daddies, and then you look at Trooper Paul, like, I, the guy, I mean,
Right.
do you have a degree in kinematics? Tell tell me what kinematics is. I mean, he's like, well, it just did.
The cross-examination was beautiful. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Oh, and then of course my all-time favorite meme videos of when Dr. Wolf is getting on the stand and that's so they're twirling her glasses, just totally awestruck, like, "Hey, who's this young hottie?"
So we got a result now. It says the time gap between the two data sets is 474.75 seconds, approximately 7 minutes and 55 seconds. Not quite 8 minutes, but almost there. The time gap is close to the claimed 8 minutes, but it's not exact. There are no continuous transitions in vehicle speed, RPM, or other parameters between the last row of the earlier dataset and the first row of the latest dataset. There are no continuous transitions in vehicle speed, revs per minute, or other parameters. Interesting. I didn't pick that up before.
Well, yeah, because you think
Right.
about, if you think about the slices in time, because I think each column is like a slice in time, and then you think, okay, well, what would you expect to see? You would expect to see gradual changes between each data point. You wouldn't see this drastic change, except for possibly
Yeah.
the getting on.
If they showed the whole 8 minutes and not cherry picked the first, 600 seconds, and then the next, 10 seconds from the earlier part and then 10 seconds from the later part. If they had just showed that whole stream through that whole entire key cycle, just to prove, like, because then it would be discoverable to defense. Like, I mean, this whole thing should have been discoverable to defense, not his Excel spreadsheets, but the whole thing that he drew it from should have been given to defense.
Right.
The fact that it hasn't is question mark already. So, but even if he had showed that there's a continuous stream between those 2 seconds, and then said, "Here's what I extracted from that. Here's the earlier snippet, and here's the earlier 10 seconds, the later 10 seconds." If it had done it that way, then the jury might be actually more confident that he recorded that whole 8 minutes. Including the 10 seconds at either end. So
Was he trying
they
to say
didn't.
that was the drive from the waterfall?
No, he's trying to say these two pieces of data are the 3-point turn,
Oh,
and then the 8 minutes in between is after the 3-point turn. This is the bit that's missing. After the 3-point turn, pulling up out the front of 34 Fairview, and then snap. We're into the incident where the 10 seconds where she reversed into him. But he hasn't shown us the data in between, so we can't be sure that data is correct. But
and there's obviously no timestamp as to when those events occurred, right?
exactly, he hasn't tied any timestamps to it. Key findings: the time gap is close to the 8 minutes claimed. I read that part. Yeah, so number 3, no recorded data in the gap. If this is from TechStream, it suggests that either TechStream logging was stopped and restarted after 8 minutes, so the TechStream logging could have been the issue, which I doubt. That's the functionality of the TechStream. Selective logging, which is what the TechStream is told to log by Toyota, or missing data, meaning something occurred in the gap that was not recorded.
Can you
Would
ask
you
it?
like me?
Can you ask it if ask it if is it possible that this entire data set is fabricated?
Yep, I can ask it that. Is it possible if these 2 data sets are fabricated? Now, I will add here, just to be clear,
Or made to look legit?
since they are both Excel spreadsheets. And not actual TechStream data. Fix up some spelling mistakes here. Is it possible if these 2 data sets are fabricated? Is it possible that these 2 data sets are fabricated, since they are both Excel spreadsheets and not actual original TechStream data? Yes, it is possible that these data sets are fabricated or selectively edited, since they are in Excel format rather than the raw TechStream log files, which the defense still doesn't have access to. We need to analyze several key factors to determine if the data has been altered. 1. Indicators of fabrication or editing. A lack of raw TechStream metadata. No metadata. B, the time gaps and missing data. The 7-minute, 55-second gap is suspicious. Was TechStream manually paused? If TechStream was logging continuously, there should be no large gaps. If the gaps exist, this missing portion could be investigated, possible deletion of crucial events. C, repetitive or unusual patterns. In real TechStream logs, sensor values fluctuate naturally. If data has been fabricated, acceleration, braking, RPM may show unnatural smoothness, repeated or copy-pasted values, abrupt inconsistencies in timestamps that don't exist, or unrealistic transitions between gears. Difference from real TechStream formatting. TechStream typically uses consistent delimiter styles. If column names don't exactly match TechStream's output, it suggests manual reconstruction. If the duplicate time column is suspicious, this formatting mistake is unlikely in a direct TechStream export. And missing neutral gear in some positions. You previously noted that some data sets don't log the neutral position while others do. This inconsistency suggests that data was either edited or came from different logging conditions. Next step, verifying the authenticity. Check for unnatural data patterns. Compare a real TechStream export. I don't have an original to do that. Look for inconsistencies. How about you produce one for me? Let's ask it to do that. Can you produce an example?
I can just see it now. Trooper Paul's taking notes. It's like, holy cow. Yes, show me how to use ChatGPT to fabricate this event.
Can you produce an example TechStream data output from real world scenarios?
Oh, just tell it. It. I guess drawing from the previous data as a kind of a baseline. See if you can create what a 3-point turn would look like.
Oh, we did that yesterday. Yes, I can do that.
Oh, cool.
Let me ask this.
I didn't realize that.
Can,
All right, I guess I forgot. That's cool.
no, I didn't show it in my video because it was just going to make the video too long.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to stay within everybody's attention span because I spent 3 hours quizzing ChatGPT yesterday and then another 4 hours the day before. So I wasn't going to make videos that long. So
No, trust me. I live in Sacramento, California. I'm on the West Coast. I'm 3 hours away from time zone wise from Massachusetts, and I've had a few friends like, man, you're really interested in criminal trial that's happening on the other side of the country. It's like, yeah, but it's
right,
but it could be us. It could be any one of us.
could be any one of us, exactly.
It's intriguing.
So before we go on to that, I'm going to ask it, can you produce an example text stream data output from real world scenarios so we can see the difference?
Yeah, because you would expect it to be smooth.
Right.
I mean, unless you're driving like, yep.
Right. It's going to do it in CSV format, so I will have to switch screens to put this on the screen in a spreadsheet
Or
format.
you could
So
just the next prompt. Can't you just say, please just display this for me in a cleaned up columns or presentable or something like that?
yeah, hang on. It's only a couple of rows, so
Or make this human readable.
can you put this in a table on screen?
Because technically, remember, you're not talking to a real person. You can't. It can infer a lot. I mean, you could
Right.
just say, make it presentable. Damn it! I'm just kidding.
Speak of the English. God damn it. Here we go. Got a table. So I should be able to. There we go. All right. So obviously we don't have a record number, but we have time in seconds, and that's what we need to see. Since the key cycle started,
Mm-hmm.
what's logging, the vehicle speed. So I mean, trooper pulls is not in columns like this; it's in rows, but essentially. The vehicle speed in kilometers per hour, the engine revs,
Oh, that's
and
right. It's
then
going from left to right instead of top to bottom.
yeah,
Typically, data is logged in because you don't, especially when you have a continuous stream of data, it's going to be vertical, not horizontal.
no, not necessarily. I think it is actually recorded in rows on the text stream.
It can. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think it is.
I guess.
And there's a reason for it, but I forget the reason. There's a reason for it. I forget what the reason is, but there's in any spreadsheet software, there's the option to turn it
Sure.
around, so back to rows again, columns again.
That makes sense.
So the shift position, which is shown here as park, drive, but I would expect an actual value in there of 0 for neutral, 1 for park, 1 for
Yeah. Wait a
drive.
minute. It got on to us about saying that. Well, it's missing, or maybe it was something that you observed. Like, hey.
It was something I observed, but yeah, it's still saying it would show us that these positions were shifted. The brake pressure, so I will ask it next because I want to see this same table in a demonstrative 3-point turn. So the steering angle,
Well, and you
normal.
made a good observation earlier or yesterday that the steering wheel always goes further than the wheel. So
Right.
in and
Right. Here's the two columns we're missing. We're missing that this was a key cycle, what key cycle this was on,
mhm.
and we're missing what the session was for this record. So I didn't know that it records a session because Trooper Ball left those out.
Well,
If he'd
remember
have left
what was the
with
argument that AJ was getting Trooper Paul to talk about? It was like he kept going, like he started mumbling, but wasn't it something about, well, you can have a key cycle without an engine cycle or something like that, or it's like,
yeah, but you know what he was talking about? He was confusing the issue,
yeah,
like purposely. He's talking about if you've actually got a set of keys that you put in the ignition when you turn it to accessories and turn it off again, that would not be a key cycle and it wouldn't record it as a key cycle. That's what he was talking about. But the problem with that theory is Karen's car doesn't have keys. She's only got a button. She has a toggle button. So you press it to turn the car on and you press it to turn the car off. I don't know, to be honest.
yeah.
I don't know how you activate accessories power without the engine in this particular car because I don't own a Lexus.
I
So
mean, most of
I don't know
the
how.
time, it's if your foot's on the brake and you hit power, it starts the car. But if your foot's not on the brake, then it just turns on.
Right. There you go. There you go. Something I didn't know about that style of ignition. Because I have, oh my God, I just screwed up. I have a older model Toyota, much older. I do have the ECU
Hmm.
units in my car. I've actually got a few aftermarket ones added because I converted my vehicle over to gas. Well, it actually runs both. It runs fuel, petrol, and gas. So, you guys call that stuff different? Hang on, petrol. What do you call petrol? You call petrol gas.
Oh, right.
We call
And you probably call it natural gas.
right. So we call gas LPG or natural gas
Gotcha.
LPG or liquefied gas,
You,
and then we call what you call gas. We call petrol.
you know, it's funny. I years ago I taught in a past life. I taught. I was a pilot knowledge ground instructor, and I was teaching at a flight school that had Chinese students. So they came from a college in China, like our in the U.S. We have all the general aviation to be able to do flight training, and they don't have that in China. And there was a student that had. I didn't realize they wanted to air up their basketball, but he came up to me without the basketball in his hand, and he said, "Where can I get gas?" And I didn't realize that it was it was a lost in translation. His word for air called it gas, and so
uh,
I'm like, "Wait, why do you need? Well, I'm just trying to think of where the nearest gas station was."
Tracy, I think, is agreeing with you. With toggle ignition, you don't put foot on brake and push button, goes to accessory, not start engine, then push again to turn off. Thank you. Like I said, I don't own one of those vehicles, so thanks for filling us in.
Well, so I went to school in Oklahoma, and Oklahoma in the middle of the country, everything's simpler there. Car registration is cheap. Um, when I moved back to California, um, I had to sell my car because it needed like $2,000 worth of catalytic converters, like the sensors that were more expensive than the car was even worth. But
Yeah.
Oklahoma didn't care. But it's like,
Yeah, that happens.
but in California, you used to be able like, I think registration here is so expensive, and you used to be able to. There was like a running. It was like 30. Like if your car was 30 years old, then you didn't have to get smog checked. And then at some point
Right.
they stopped it, so it's like forever like a 70s model car. That
Yep.
it's like so the older cars sometimes are better to have. Well, and especially with all the, I probably would use a hammer to solve that pop-up problem if I was getting ads every time I came to a stop.
Right. Exactly. So now we have a simulated text stream data. So I'm going to quickly open this with numbers and then switch it around to Trooper Paul's data and then compare the two so we can see what that looks like. So let me switch this from rows to columns first. Table, transpose, so that it looks like Trooper Paul's data. And then pull this open a little wider so we can see everything. And then share this as a screen.
Get,
This is
I was watching an older like a week or two old stream about Lally trying to cross-examine Dr. Wolf. Like
yeah.
I just couldn't get over the fact, like, yeah, but did you know that there was like, I know he said, did you know there was a glass found or something like that? But I mean, it's as literally as dumb as saying, but did you know that there was a cat in the yard? Like, what?
Right,
You know what I mean?
right.
Like something completely like, look, I used the physics to compare, you know, this car didn't crash into John. John didn't get hit by a car. It's as simple as that.
So here's an example reverse, a 3-point turn maneuver.
Is that your example,
that
your chat GPT?
This is the chat GPT example. I've just opened it in numbers and turned it into rows instead of columns so that it matches more like Trooper Paul's records. So if we look across the gear shifts, you see we go from park, we go in, this is 25 seconds,
Okay.
sorry. No record numbers. 12 seconds. That's showing us that it's 12 seconds long. Both of Trooper Paul's examples were 10 seconds long. So this is a typical maneuver in a 10-second period, 12-second period.
Sure.
So we go from park to drive, half a second, half a second, half a second. Then we go to neutral to reverse, because in this car it has to pass through neutral to get to reverse. These are depicted as numbers in Trooper Paul. So I think it's 1 for drive, 2 for reverse, 0 for neutral in his data. But anyway, reverse, 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 then to neutral to go forwards again, drive, 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 and then to neutral for the third drive, 2, 3, 4. This is 5 maneuvers.
Where's the steering wheel deflection?
The steering deflection is this column here. So it says 15 degrees to 30 degrees to 45, and then back to 30 and 15, and then back to 0.
Yeah, and wasn't Trooper Paul's like 4 degrees or something?
-4 degrees. So this is in the positive direction, which I think is right. So then it goes into reverse, and then it goes left, -15, 30, 45, back to 35, 15, and 0. And then it's back in drive again. So now it's going 15, 30, 45, 30. So those are the sharp steering angles that ChatGPT said we would expect to see if it was doing that kind of maneuver. Whether it was a 3-point or a 2-point turn doesn't really matter. We're still going to expect these same sort of degrees in angle, for example.
Well, yeah, because the wheels have to turn. Otherwise,
Right.
if the steering wheel is not turned very much, then it's going to be a big, gigantic maneuver.
Right. And then the longitudinal g-forces, which is essentially, what sort of g-force is going to be exhibited, but it's either rocking, as Gracie explained, it's either yaw or pitch or forwards and backwards kind of rocking, which creates a longitudinal g-force.
Yeah.
And that's one that you would measure whether there was enough g-force to actually impact a human being and hurt them. So, and it was one that we focused on that longitudinal g-force frequently in all of the demonstrations that I did, because that's the one that you would focus on if you wanted to prove it hit somebody. So there would be a sudden stop or there'd be something that was sudden, not gradual like this. So you can see that it goes gradually up, gradually down, whilst it's doing this maneuver, because it's a controlled maneuver. Whereas if it was a sudden stop, like she slammed the brakes on, because in Trooper Paul's scenario, she had to have slammed the brakes on, obviously, because according to them, there's a freaking Jeep in the way. So, she had to have slammed the brakes on, but the data set that they showed didn't demonstrate that the brakes had been used at all. Oh, you're not even seeing my data on the screen.
No, I can see it.
Oh, you can.
Well, yeah, it looks amazing.
Okay, I'm not seeing the data at my end. I don't know why that is. But where were we? Back to the ChatGPT. That's the example data that it gave us, and it's nothing like the data that Trooper Paul has showed us. Okay, so now we can go back to the ChatGPT screen and ask it to compare these. Now that we've got the simulated 3-point turn. Which data set was it again? Data set. So the earlier one was a 3-point turn, and the later one was the incident. Okay, so I want 652 to 662. All right. So let's say, can you compare that to, I think it was 662 data set to the simulated text stream. I could have just copied that, right? And locate the inconsistencies. How's that sound? Right. That's comparing Trooper Paul's 3-point turn data set to the simulated data set that we just looked at. I'm making the most of this month's subscription because
Heck yeah.
I'm not subscribing again after this. I'm only doing it for the sake of creating videos on the topic.
You say that now.
Well, I bet you something else comes out wrong. Yeah, I could do.
It's. I mean, you get a lot of bang for your buck.
Well, I'm getting some bang for my buck, but I really got to focus on saving
No, it
for
makes
this
sense. Yeah.
build. So everything's blown out of cost for me with this build, so it's frustrating me. Right. Comparison user data versus simulated 3-point turn. It looks like there was an issue accessing the time second column in the user data set. This could be due to a mismatch in column names. Yeah, you already pointed that out.
Yeah, it's because he omitted it.
He's named the column the same in both.
Oh.
So Trooper Paul's data set, which is, I think I called it all text stream. All text stream. Let me show you Trooper Paul's data set so you can see the comparison. Let's drag that out. Hide that. Here's Trooper Paul's data set. Share screen with this one here. I put two together in here. So, oh no, right now it's only showing one. So that's good. So this is the earlier event, which is the 3.10. And so this is what it looks like. Oh, let me turn it around. I've got to turn the data around because it's in column format. Table, transpose. There we go.
Gosh, imagine, because what was it in some of the filings from earlier today, where they talk about the fact they found the Massachusetts rule that says that the defense doesn't have to provide certain information, especially in light of the fact that at the last trial, the information they turned over was used against them by prepping their people. Imagine, imagine if Trooper Paul had presented this data, and then AJ gets up and literally just drag and drops this into like a vehicle simulator.
Right. Can you see the chart?
Yeah.
That's Trooper Paul's chart.
Yeah.
Again, it's not showing on my screen that I'm sharing it, but hopefully you guys can see it. So essentially, Trooper Paul's chart, again, it points out, the time the EVCH time is starting here and not at 0, which it should do if you just started the car and to do a reverse.
It's
but
going in half-second increments.
It's going in. See how he's got two columns named the same, time seconds and then time seconds, but they're showing different values. So that's a screw up. One might be the original data, and then the other one might be the,
oh my gosh,
the doctored data. I don't know, but that's the first discrepancy that ChatGPT is pointing out.
Yeah.
The next discrepancy that ChatGPT is pointing out is, hang on, let me just go back to the ChatGPT. Hang on, I got too many freaking things open here. I don't want that.
Oh, you have an Apple or a Mac?
Yeah, I do.
Cool.
I'm just learning to use it too, because I just switched from 15, 30 years of using Windows systems to switch to a Mac. So I'm still finding my way around the Mac.
I have both. And the thing that always throws me off the most is when it has the trackpad or a touchpad in the middle, and that in a Windows computer, it's the opposite direction that you drag to go up and down in a window than you do with a Mac. But like this comes with numbers. That's the name of the app, right? Numbers.
Yeah.
Whereas Microsoft wants you to pay, a subscription.
Right, to get the Microsoft version. Exactly. No, all of it is included in Mac. So your word processor, your spreadsheets, all that's included. So
I think does it still come with iMovie?
Yes, it still comes with iMovie.
Cool.
That's what I make all my videos with, basically, iMovie.
Nice.
But I'm learning, I've got to relearn how to do everything. Like on Windows, I could switch tabs.
Alt tab.
Oh, actually, I just worked it out just as soon as I said that. That's good. now I've worked that out. So back to numbers. So that's the first discrepancy that it points out here.
Mm-hmm.
The second discrepancy it points out is the steering angle. It points out the steering angle numbers are incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
The steering turn ratio, I'm not sure which one it is, the steering turn ratio or the signal in degrees. I think it's actually saying both of those are incorrect. And then it talks about these longitudinal G sensors as to whether, whether that's matching with RPMs and
Right.
blah, blah, blah. So if we switch back to ChatGPT window, let's get that one up again and finish reading its analysis on that. It says the steering angle differences in the user data, large erratic steering values, those there, simulated 3-point turn, smooth progressive steering angles. Possible issues: steering changes in user data appear abrupt and inconsistent, unlike the real-world 3-point turns. Shift position behavior, logged as 1 or 2, which doesn't match standard text stream format. Simulated, it's saying that text stream would have actually put P, D, R, or N in the labels for those columns, that it wouldn't have been logged as 1 or 2.
It's literally industry standard, right?
I think that is industry standard, actually.
Yeah.
We can ask it that next. Possible issue: formatting inconsistency suggests manual data entry or third-party system usage.
Mm-hmm.
Acceleration and braking differences. The accelerator stays 0% for a long time despite speed changes.
Of course.
All right, I need to look at that again. Hang on. The accelerator stays 0 for a long time despite speed changes. So let's switch back and look at this again.
Well, you see, Your Honor, obviously John was pushing the car in reverse before he ran around to the other side to get hit by the car.
Okay, so the speed changes. So we're looking at, can you see this chart?
Mhm.
Speed. But you'll be looking at this column, miles per hour.
Mhm.
We'll stick to miles per hour, but in Australia, we'd be looking at kilometers per hour. When you say miles per hour, it seems like she was going really, really fast, but in kilometers per hour, you look at it and you're like, yeah, that's pretty normal speeds. But anyway, and the accelerator opening ratio.
Oh yeah, it's like 0 for like half the time.
Look, 0 opening ratio.
It's just magical.
Revs,
It's a magic
revs
carpet.
per minute is 1,000. 0 opening ratio, but your revs are 900. How do you get 0 opening ratio and a change in
It's
revs?
impossible.
It's dropping. The revs are dropping down. Revolutions per
Minute.
it is minute, isn't it? And then here it's dropped down even further, but it's still at 0. Opening ratio is still 0. And then it's dropping down. Now it's down to 700 revs per minute, but the opening ratio has moved up to 5.
Yeah.
And then opening ratio increases to 31, but the RPMs are still only 700. Now the opening ratio is halfway, throttle's nearly halfway open, but we still only got 700 RPMs. Now we go up to 1,300, which is barely more than this 1,000 at 0. We got 50% throttle, 1,300 RPMs. Same throttle, but now 1,400 PMs.
Wow.
No throttle. Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's all BS.
Let's move to the next analysis, which is what did it say? In the 3-point turn analysis, accelerator varies gradually as expected in a slow speed turn. Possible issue, user data set does not show an expected accelerator behavior, suggesting missing or manipulated data. G-force irregularities. In the user data, lateral G fluctuates wildly.
Yeah, like what? She like so let's get this straight. Her car is in free fall off of a cliff.
From 1.72 meters per second squared to 2.72 meters squared. Meters per second squared. Sudden jumps. In the simulated, it's obviously smooth and progressive.
Mm-hmm.
Inconsistent lateral G-force changes in user data might indicate edited or non-Toyota log data. The user data set does not match the expected behavior of a real 3-point turn. The steering, gear shifting, acceleration, and G-forces are not consistent with real vehicle dynamics. The shift position labeling and erratic steering changes, possible fabrication. Possible fabric? Oh, that was a question we asked. That's why I said that. Or third-party logging. So that is interesting. What else do you want to know?
I don't know. Actually, my food
I'm
is
just going
getting
to refresh.
cold, but do
All
you
right, cool.
remember if memory serves me right, Karen Reed's team did hire an expert specifically to look at, because didn't her expert go to wherever they went to get the info from TechStream or Texas or ReChip or whatever it was, Chip on?
Okay. I don't know what experts they've got yet. We don't know what witnesses. We haven't seen their witness list yet. But
Oh, okay.
this is what I can tell you. What I started this stream on was that particular expert is going to be way instrumental in all of this, because not only are they going to have this experience in the TechStream data because they're an accident reconstructionist, but they can also apply lateral G-force, longitudinal G-force, steering. They can actually replicate everything that data is saying in their software,
Is that
their
what
3D software.
is that what you were showing at the beginning, the 3D scan?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
So essentially, with the 3D scan, they will put it in. What they've actually asked the court to do was give them permission to go to One Meadows to do that reconstruction of reversing into John's car.
Mm-hmm.
But as I was explaining earlier, they didn't have to ask the court to go to where the incident happened and do this recreation where the incident happened, because we already know that the owners of 34 Fairview, the current owners, are on board with this, but also because it happened in a public roadway, so they don't need permission from the court to do that, essentially. Sorry.
Oh yeah, my food's getting cold.
What'd you say?
Right, I'll let you go and deal with the kids. But thank you for joining us, and appreciate the conversation.
Absolutely. We'll do it again
It's
soon.
been, yeah. All right. Bye. Bye-bye. Alrighty, so let's get back to our chat questions. So does it keep throwing out? It is not a true 3-point turn, because the tow truck incident is not technically a 3-point turn. I actually compared it with the tow truck video footage, and there was multiple turns in that. So there was this rocking motion to free it from the snow, and then it went into that reverse motion once it was free. And so there was that reverse motion. Then it slipped into drive and went forwards. And then its tires weren't completely lined up, so it slipped into reverse and went backwards. And then it straightened its tires up, and then it drove up onto the truck, and then it still wasn't aligned properly, so then it drove back off the truck again, and realigned itself, and then it drove back on the truck again. So it doesn't match the tow truck incident, because the tow truck incident was a completely different series of events, essentially. But the first time I asked it that, it was only based on the data that I asked it that. The second time I asked it was based on the video evidence, essentially. And the first time I didn't explain how many times it got readjusted and moved around on the truck either. But with the video evidence, it was more clear about what those positioning of the steering wheel was and the turning of the tires and all that sort of stuff. But it didn't match the tow truck incident either. So is there anything that you guys want me to continue asking the chat GPT? Because I'm open to suggestions now. Anything you like, we'll ask it. If there's anything you want to ask it. What would you like to ask the chat GPT? What about you, Scotty? You got anything to ask the chat GPT? Let's ask this question. How, because it's come up, how is this conversation helpful? Yes, thank you. How oh, okay, let's do that. It's offering me would you like to conduct anomaly detection or deeper statistical analysis to confirm possible data manipulation? Why not? We'll just copy that. And I will say yes. Okay, it's going to do it without me rephrasing it. So sometimes if you leave it a little long, it'll forget what you were talking about and you got to rephrase it. So we're doing a anomaly detection or deeper statistical analysis to confirm possible data manipulation. It says it looks like there's an issue accessing the steering angle column in the user data sets. I'll correct this and rerun the anomaly. Oh, I know what the anomaly is, I think. Let me just double check that anomaly. No, actually, I don't know what that anomaly is. Steering angle anomalies and longitudinal g-force anomalies. What do you say about that? I have displayed the statistical anomalies in your dataset, focusing on steering angle irregularities, longitudinal g-force outliers, lateral g-force inconsistencies, unexplained speed changes without accelerator input. These anomalies indicate potential fabrication or manipulation in the data. Let me know if you'd like a deeper analysis or a visualization. Let's go with a visualization. Can we see a visualization? Any questions from the chat? Max sucks, according to Michelle. It's okay if you're late. There's always replay, ma'am. Heading to work. Good girl. Don't be doing this and driving, for Pete's sake. No chat and driving, people. It's dangerous. So you'll note I'm not having all of these visual bloody stimulations happening in my eyesight because I'm on a dark screen with white writing. This I can do for hours. So the steering data anomalies. Alrighty all. the longitudinal G-force anomalies. They don't match the steering data. This point here and this point here to here, they kind of match. But the rest of this don't match this. The lateral G-force. So what this is telling me, I think what this is giving me is 656 and 658. So 657, just after 657, let me just look at this data. Trooper Paul's data, 657. So that's these three columns here. Everything just shoots up in the air. Interesting. Very interesting. That's why it's saying it's an anomaly, because that is weird. Here are the visualizations of the anomalies detected in your dataset. Steering angle anomalies. Red points indicate suspicious abrupt changes that are inconsistent with a natural 3-point turn. The red point, anomaly, and then up here, anomaly. Gotcha. And then those anomalies are off the screen. Large sudden shifts in acceleration, deceleration suggest possible fabrication or missing data. Unexpected sharp variations could indicate data manipulation or errors in the logging system. And then speed or increases or decreases without accelerator input suggest gaps or inconsistencies in the data set. Interesting. Anomaly. It's the anomaly Canton triangle. Dun dun dun! Would you consider doing a live with Dream Feed Me? I absolutely would, Trog. I love how you each approach the issue in different ways. It would be fun to see you work together to get to the bottom of it. Absolutely. What I like about Dream Feed Media's experiments is that she has access to the, she's got iPhones that she can afford to spend freezing in case they break, stuff like that. So that's stuff I probably wouldn't do if I had an iPhone that costs like $600. I know over here in Australia they're a lot more expensive, but I probably wouldn't be putting it in the freezer, and I'm not going to go buy one just to put it in the freezer. What I can tell you about her experiments is that she has a very logical approach to those experiments, and that's the thing that I like about her logical approach. She's pretty good. She's pretty switched on with maths and how the maths works. So I would never have thought of actually measuring the diameter of a tire on a Lexus, and then working out how many rotations that was for 62 feet. That was a stroke of genius right there. But yeah, I absolutely would consider doing a live with Dreamfeed. We have discussed a couple of times in the comment section that at some stage we probably will pull something together. We might do that through the trial perhaps, because I'm running out of time what I can actually spend on stuff here at the moment. But maybe through trial, when we get to cross-examination, when we get to the defense's case in chief, maybe we can do something then about, discoveries that match or don't match what we came up with during our investigations prior to trial. So you're agreeing there's only one big steering wheel turn and then a smaller adjustment, right? So even in the case of only a 2-point turn, or even in the case of just doing a U-turn, So you get a J turn, a 3-point turn, or a U turn. It still doesn't match any of those scenarios. So we can actually ask it that. Would you like to ask it that, Fern? We can ask it that. Let's say, let's ask the same question and say, would it match a U-turn? Here we go. Is it possible? Is it possible the user data set is a U-turn? It's possible, but based on the detected anomalies, there are several inconsistencies that make this scenario unlikely. Let's break it down. The key differences between a U-turn and a 3-point turn is obviously you wouldn't be using reverse in a U-turn. So this is the data set. This is a typical U-turn. This is a 3-point turn, is what it's showing us here. And it's still putting out erratic extreme fluctuations. It's still only pointing out not standard text stream for the gear shifts, unexplained speed changes, sudden spikes and irregular shifts, abrupt changes and inconsistencies. It says why the data does not match a U-turn. The steering angle is erratic and extreme. A real U-turn would show a smooth steering transition, which is what they said in the 3-point turn. Instead, the data set has wild, unrealistic swings. Shift positions are unusual. A normal U-turn would stay in drive D. The data set only records 1 and 2 instead of PDNR. Unrealistic speed and acceleration, and lateral G-force does not follow a U-turn curve. So what about a J-turn? What about I'm not sure if there's a difference between a 3-point, a J, or whatever. A bootlegger. I didn't know that. A J-turn, also known as reverse 180 or a bootlegger, is a maneuver where the vehicle starts in reverse, turns sharply, and spins around the drive. Well, I don't think she did one of those, but let's see. Okay, the J-turn behavior is not R, neutral D. So it is actually pointing at maybe those gear shifts should be there if this was normal calm driving. Like them not being there in the accident would be like jamming it into reverse really fast. So you would skip past that neutral really quickly. It might not record that because the entire system takes a fraction of a second to catch up with what you just did and record it. But in this U-turn case, that wouldn't be, the quick gear changes that you would expect to see in the accident where she jammed it in the reverse really quickly. So why the user data does not match a J-turn. Steering angles are unrealistic, no clear reverse to forward position, G-forces are not consistent, and shift positioning format is suspicious. So there you go. That's why it couldn't be a J-turn. I didn't even know what a J-turn was. Julie, can you delete my comment as name and Ed's changing for privacy? I'm not sure what comment you're talking about. You have control over deleting your own comments, though, Julie. I don't know what comment you're talking about, though. Your capability with the tech would help, guys. Yeah, well, the two things, she's got a different approach to me. Although, if I had access to the phones to destroy, I'd probably take the same approach as her, but it could help. Let's go. Can you delete? Okay, I read that. Will it tell you its own interpretation? Will the chat GPT tell me its own interpretation? Let's see. How do you interpret the data set? How do you interpret the data set? Let's say, are there any real world data sets that are similar? How's that? It says the user dataset has unusual characteristics that do not match a 3-point turn, U-turn, or J-turn. Here's how I interpret the data. Steering angle is high, erratic. Yep, we got all of that. The shift positions, we got all of that. The speed and acceleration, we got all that. I want to know, yes, this bit. Are there any real-world databases similar to this? So far, I haven't seen a real text stream dataset with these exact characteristics. However, some possibilities exist. To add a text stream logs incomplete or corrupt, aftermarket logging systems, like the ones mentioned earlier. There may have been a sampling issue, deliberately edited data. Your dataset does not resemble a text stream log or any known driving maneuver. There you go. No known driving maneuver matches this log. Interesting, right? Aussie, ask what a hard reverse to the right and straightening is called. A hard reverse to the right and then straightening is called. I'm not sure I follow what you want me to ask it. It's called turning the steering wheel. Hover over your comment, click the 3 dots, and oh yeah, that's how you do it, Julie, if you want to remove it. Friends telling you how to do that. All right, so what does it say next? It says, would you like me to compare this data set to a real text stream? Check for potential missing data patterns, analyze the statistical likelihood that this data set was manually altered. Let's go with that one. Plan C. Was it manually altered? What are the statistical likelihoods? Anyone want to guess while we're waiting for it? Okay, it's telling us the statistical likelihood of manual data alteration. Here are the key findings based on statistical analysis. Steering repetitions, expected behavior, detected issue, interpretation. While not extreme, this is higher than expected for real driving. Again, acceleration, kurtosis. Real world has a natural distribution. Kurtosis 16 suggests a flattened distribution, meaning the acceleration data is too uniform. And then this could indicate smoothing or interpolation, which is a potential sign of manual alteration. Speed difference variance. It says the variance is very low, suggesting speed changes are too controlled. If the data were manually entered, the speed values might follow a predictable pattern rather than natural fluctuations. Missing time intervals, well, you know that one's an issue. And then unexpected speed jumps. And the conclusion, moderate likelihood of manual alteration. Dataset exhibits characteristics that suggest possible manual editing, including repeated steering values, flattened acceleration, overly controlled speed variance, and a missing time interval. However, there are no obvious speed jumps without acceleration, which means if it was altered, it was done carefully. Next steps, compare this to a fully verified text stream dataset. Simulate a natural data set and compare statistical properties. Investigate whether the missing interval could indicate. Let's compare it to a fully verified set. Let's do that. I think we already have done that, but let's do it again, just for the fun of it. Hard turn right. Is this in the data? No, it's not. So maybe someone trying too hard to recreate a scenario that didn't happen. Exactly. That's pretty much where we've landed with the Chat GPT every time, essentially. All right. Okay, the user data set and then a verified text stream data set. So let's have a look at those. So we would see steering variance, acceleration variance, speed variance, speed, and then longitudinal variance and lateral. So you can see how far out this is to a standard situation. And this number, look at this. This is ridiculous to this. So you got to actually remove the decimal part to see how ridiculous that value is. Whoop, just that part before the decimal. 36,000 steering variance, whereas this is only 419. Yeah, so weird, right? Everything's weird. Statistical comparison. User data versus verified text stream. I have displayed a side by side. Key findings. Again, same key findings. Extremely high variance to a smooth controlled steering. Inconsistent changes compared to natural smooth. And then more erratic speed changes suggest possible missing records and manual adjustment. Obviously, he wanted an erratic speed change because that's a narrative that he was given by Michael Proctor, right? That's right, Fern's mum. But if you do it very quickly, then it won't log it. If you jam it from drive to reverse very quick, it won't log. If you do it slowly and you rest in neutral, then the system, which is behind your actions, fraction behind your actions, it can't go, oh, you're going to go to neutral until you've done it. So it's a fraction behind your actions that the system is logging it. So if you rest in neutral and then go to reverse, then it will log that resting position in neutral because it's had time to catch up with your actions. But if you do it very quickly and you just jam it straight into reverse very fast, then it's going to be registering the reverse position before the neutral even got logged, which is why you often will see that. And I did ask that of the Chat GPT, which is in one of the last Chat GPT videos. I forget which one now. So But yes, this is definitely, trying to create a scenario that didn't actually happen. So are the two data sets do the two data sets appear to be, I'm terrible at spelling today, appear to be recreating a scenario that did not happen? There we go. Asking the chat GPT. It says there's strong evidence that these data sets do not represent a real-world driving event. Instead, they appear constructed, edited, or selectively logged to fit a specific narrative. So in the steering transitions, it says what would expect in real world and what it's found in the data set. Yes, possible manual data entry or missing records. For that one, a different logging system, possible data gaps, selective omission of events, and G-force behavior does not match any real-world maneuver. Does this data match a three-point turn? Nope. A U-turn? Nope. A J-turn? Nope. Controlled braking event? Nope. Random driving? Nope. There is no real-world maneuver that matches this data set. This suggests it was not recorded from an actual driving event, but instead resembled or assembled or selectively logged. Potential explanation data was altered to fit a narrative. Well, I think we know that. Key missing data may have been removed. Steering data looks artificial. Speed and acceleration do not match, and shift positions are not standard. It is highly likely that these data sets were selectively created to simulate an event that did not actually happen. Key driving parameters do not follow real-world physics. Physics? Physics? What are physics? What's that? Bingo. What's that? So there you go. The dataset's inconsistencies and unusual formatting suggests possible fabrication or manual adjustments. Would you like me to analyze what might have been removed from the missing? Yeah, do that. Not that it's going to help. If it's not real world driving, what could you possibly analyze that's missing? Look for digital fingerprints that might indicate manual data. Look for digital fingerprints. Hang on. Wait. Let's do that one. All right, let's do that one. Look for dirty little digital fingerprints of Trooper Paul. Scenario has a sober input. Right. Looks like there's an issue with the decimal precision analysis. Some values may not be in string format. I will fix this and rerun the digital fingerprint analysis. All right, I've been here for 5 hours without toilet break. So while it's doing that, hold that thought. Okay. To Fern's suggestion, screenshot that. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask it to produce us a comprehensive report on everything we've discussed today. And then I'm going to show you how to stick it into Notepad LM and get it to create a discussion about it. How's that? So you get an extra treat today. How to operate my Notebook LM as well. It looks like there's an issue with the precision. All right, we did that. There's still an issue with the... It looks like there are still some numeric columns that are not fully converted to string format. I see what you're saying. Formatting issues. I have displayed the results of digital fingerprint. Decimal precision analysis of most values are a uniform number of decimal places. It may indicate manual entry instead of real sensor data. Interesting. So the sensor data wouldn't be a uniform number of decimal places. That's good to know. If values change in exact repeated steps, this suggests artificial interpolation rather than natural variations. And if steering angles exceed realistic limits, it may indicate fabricated or data formatted issue. So let me ask it to create a report. Can you create a comprehensive report listing all findings, please? It actually says, I'm a robot. You don't need to say please if you do that. So, yes, all these anomalies, right? Anomaly after anomaly. Goody. I presume you're goodying over seeing how the Notepad LM works. So, all right, so here's our report. So what I will do is I will start from the top. And I will copy all of this report. Copy. And then I will go to Notebook LM, and create a new... Let me just see that you're seeing what I'm seeing. Here we are in Notebook LM. Now, I'm going to add this as a note. Paste the report in here. Okay, still a little bit of formatting. Stick a little paragraph here. A little paragraph there. All right. There we go. There's our report. Now, from here, what I do is I turn this into a source. So when I hit the source button, it's going to put it over here as a source, which will then start filling out, some thought patterns on what we're looking at. So convert it to a source. And here it goes. It's thinking. It says, this report analyzes a user-provided dataset of vehicle telemetry data to assess potential manual manipulation. The analysis compared the dataset to verified tech stream logs, examining steering angles, shift positions, acceleration, speed, time, inconsistencies, and anomalies, suggesting that the data has been edited. Based on these inconsistencies, the report concludes that the dataset is highly likely to have been manually altered or selectively logged. The report recommends further investigation, including obtaining original tech stream files, and comparing the data to verified driving events to confirm data integrity. All right, how do we want the chat to talk about this? So over here, I've just closed that note, and I'm looking now at generating the conversation. Shall we just generate and see how it ends up, or will we like to customize the discussion, what it's going to focus on and how it's going to discuss this. So what do you reckon? Shall we focus it, or shall we just let it go? Love this. I am technologically challenged. Turning on the computer is a feat. So what do you want me to do? Do you want me to customize the way it's going to talk about this data? Or do you just want me to run it and see what it comes up with from this data? From this report, rather. Shall we wing it? You can customize it. Like in here, it says, you can focus on a specific source or focus on a specific topic. You can target a specific audience. Like you can tell it what you want the AI hosts to focus on and how you want it to address the situation. So just generate it automatically, see what we get. All right, let's do that. Wing it, rip it. All right, let's ring it, rip it, generate it, see what we come up with. All right, it takes a couple of minutes, so it will generate generally around a 10-minute conversation, but if you give it more and more data, that will make the conversation a little longer, but I generally find it's around about the 10 minutes. If I don't use ChatGPT for ages, if I don't use Notebook LM for ages, and then come back to it, it'll actually generate longer discussions. If I'm using it like every day, they'll get shorter and shorter down to like 5 and 6 minutes. So there's that. So we're probably going to get, I'm going to guess, an 8 to 10 minute conversation today because I've been hammering it this week. It was funny yesterday because I actually asked the conversation to focus on the public outrage around the SJC ruling, and because it went out on the internet too, it went and searched X and all sorts of places and went, yeah, well, there is some public outrage. But it actually took me 3 attempts to get it to freaking focus on what I wanted it to focus on. So weird, right? Sorry, Karen, you actually outvoted that time. I apologize. Pretty sure it's going to focus on the strangeness anyway because that's the only source I gave it. The more sources that you give it, like with the SJC, for example, I gave it the ruling, which is, the one side of the coin. And then I gave it, the whole why that ruling was so freaking awful and disrespectful to juries, and I gave it a whole spiel about that stuff. And then it had two sides of the coin to discuss it. So it was difficult to get it to focus back in on the side that I wanted it to focus on, because it just wanted to keep talking about, the whole SJC thing, not just the ruling that they made, but the purpose of the SJC and the purpose of the justice system and like all this side freaking banner I didn't want to talk about. So it was hard. It was hard to get that conversation on track yesterday. But we'll see. We'll see what happens today. I've only given it one source, so I can't see it. I can't see it getting too diverted and into too many directions because I've only given it one source. Where are you at? Where you at? Come on, wakey, where you at? There's something else it could probably do. Is like give you a like a progress bar or something so you can see where you're at. That would be handy. But this has changed several times just since I've been using it. The sources have increased, like what sort of sources it can read. Notes, you can now edit your notes and re-edit and so on. So plus I think the other day I noticed a new voice. a voice that I didn't recognize. Usually it's the same two guys, but in one of the recordings I got the other day, it was a third guy, like, introducing the topic, and then it went into the two discussing it. A different voice again. So, this is evolving every day, this side of it. Yeah. Who'd have thunk? Who'd have thunk? The problem with them only focusing on the justice part of it, the problem with them only focusing on just the law part of it is that they're not focused on the justice part. And that's really what it should have been, is, what's the fairest outcome for justice? Not, let's just maintain the law so we don't have to think too hard about shit. Here we go. Are we ready? I've got the tab shared, so you should be able to hear it.
Ever wish you could tell someone was like fibbing about how they drive? Just by, looking at the data from their car.
All right. Can you hear that? Are we good with the volume? Give me a 1 in the chat if you're good with the volume and you can hear it. I only did one sentence into it, so it's going to take a little bit for you guys to actually hear my voice asking you, can you hear it? Give us a 1 in the chat. Okay, if you can't hear it, put a 0 in the chat. God, how far behind am I? You can hear it. Okay, good. Off we go then. So I'll just bring it back to the start so it's clear.
Ever wish you could tell someone was like fibbing about how they drive? Just by, looking at the data from their car.
Like a digital lie detector test for driving.
Exactly. Well, get this. Today we're going deep on a report that claims to do just that.
Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah. It analyzes vehicle telemetry data, the kind that tracks your speed, steering, and all that. But there's a catch.
Let me guess. The data's not quite adding up.
You got it. It looks like someone's been messing with the numbers.
A classic case of digital discrepancy. Someone provided this data, but the report's basically saying, hold on, something's fishy here.
So we got to figure out what's going on. Put on our detective hats, examine the evidence.
Exactly. Look for those inconsistencies. See if we can get to the bottom of this digital mystery.
All right, let's dive into the steering data first. The report says the steering variance is a whopping 36,386.79.
Wow, that's high.
Yeah, and get this, normal steering variance is more like 419.80.
So that's a huge GE difference.
Huge GE. It's like comparing, I don't know, a Formula One driver weaving through traffic to your grandma cruising down a country road.
That's one way to put it.
So what could cause such a wild variation?
Well, think about it. When you drive, your movements are generally pretty smooth, right?
Oh.
You don't just, like, yank the steering wheel back and forth every second.
Unless you're, like, trying out for a Fast and Furious movie, maybe?
Right. So in normal driving, that smoothness translates into the data. These sudden, drastic jumps we're seeing. That's not how cars behave in real life.
The report even says almost 8% of the steering values are identical. It's like someone just hit Krilla plus C, Krilla plus V over and over.
That's definitely suspicious.
Yeah.
Could point to someone trying to smooth out the data artificially.
To hide something, maybe? Or to make it look less erratic.
Possibly. It's a common tactic.
Yeah.
But there's something even more interesting.
Oh, yeah. Do tell.
Some of the steering values are physically impossible. Like, no car could actually turn that sharply.
So they're not just smoothing things out, they're making stuff up. Like saying they made a 90-degree turn at 100 miles per hour.
Yeah, exactly. That kind of fabrication really makes you question the entire data set, doesn't it?
Totally. Okay, so we've got crazy steering movements, copy-paste values, impossible angles. What else is in store for us in this digital whodunit?
Well, let's shift gears and look at the shift position data. And this is where things get really weird.
Okay, lay it on me.
So instead of the usual PRND they'd see in, a real text stream log.
The system this data is supposedly from.
Right. Instead of that, we've just got 1 and 2.
1 and 2. It sounds like they were going for simplicity, but it just makes it more suspicious.
Exactly. It's like claiming you got a recording from a fancy studio microphone, but it sounds like it was recorded on a potato. Doesn't add up.
Ah, so it's not just the data itself, but the format, like finding a handwritten note that's claiming to be a typed document.
Precisely. And to add to that, there are no neutral positions in the data at all.
So they never stopped at a light, never hit traffic. Come on.
Right. In real-world driving, you'd expect to see that gear shift in neutral. But here, nothing.
So either there's some kind of driving superhero who never needs to stop,
Or someone's playing fast and loose with the data.
Okay, so we've got steering shenanigans, and the shift position data is, well, raising some serious doubts about the data's origin. Seems like every time we turn a corner, we find more questions. What else is hiding in this digital mystery box?
Let's zoom in on the speed and acceleration data. This is where we find some truly head-scratching stuff.
Hit me with it. I'm ready for more digital detective work.
All right. The speed variance in this suspect data is 42.06. Well, in normal data, it's usually around 23.79, so almost double.
Meaning what?
Well, think about how you drive. You speed up, slow down, maybe hit the gas to merge.
Unless you're on one of those German autobahns. No speed limits there, right?
Right. But even on an Autobahn, you'd see more natural variation in speed. This data is too smooth, almost robotic.
It's like someone programmed a car to drive a perfectly consistent route. Not very realistic.
Exactly. Humans just don't drive like that.
Speaking of smooth, the report mentions this thing called acceleration kurtosis.
Yes.
Sounds a bit technical, to be honest.
It is a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But imagine a roller coaster, with those sharp drops and turns.
Yeah, I get it.
Those sudden changes, those create peaks in the acceleration data.
I'm following.
But here, the acceleration kurtosis is super low, only 0.16.
So what's that tell us?
It means someone might have smoothed out those peaks, like they're trying to, turn a roller coaster into a lazy river.
Trying to hide those sudden bursts of speed, huh?
Exactly. Those bursts that happen in real driving, like when you got to merge quickly or swerve to avoid something.
Sneaky. But wait a minute, if they smoothed it all out, what about those unexplained speed jumps the report mentions? The ones where speed changes without any, accelerator input.
Ah, yes. Those are another big red flag. It's like the car's magically accelerating or decelerating on its own.
So either they're a ghost driver or...
Or, more likely, it's a sign of data manipulation.
So it's not just suspiciously smooth. It's like they're trying to, choreograph a very specific driving performance, right?
You got it. And that leads us to another fascinating aspect of this data, the timestamps.
Ooh, time travel. Sign me up.
Not quite time travel, but we do have a significant time gap in the data. 7 minutes and 55 seconds are just gone.
Like a missing scene in a movie. What happened during that time?
Exactly. Was the data intentionally left out? Was it never recorded in the first place?
If it was deleted, why?
Right.
So many questions.
Right. And the answers could be very revealing.
Okay, so we've got missing time. What else?
Well, there's also this tiny but super important detail, a missing 0.5-second interval.
Half a second. Really? Seems pretty minor.
It's small, but think about it. This text stream system, it logs data continuously.
So even half a second missing is like a dot glitch in the matrix.
Exactly. It shouldn't be there.
So even the smallest detail can have big implications when it comes to this kind of data.
Absolutely. And these time discrepancies just add to the overall picture that this data has been messed with.
Okay, so we've got steering shenanigans, confusing shift positions, manipulated speed data, and now time warps. This is getting more complicated by the minute.
And just when you thought it couldn't get more mind-boggling, let's talk about G-forces, the forces that make roller coasters so fun.
Oh, G-forces. Now we're talking about the stuff that can pin you to your seat or make you feel weightless.
Yeah.
What kind of G-force acrobatics are we dealing with here?
Well, the report focuses on the longitudinal G-force variance.
Which is?
The force you feel when you brake or accelerate.
Gotcha. So what about it?
The suspect data shows a variance of 2.01.
That sounds like a lot.
It is. In the verified data, it's more like 0.00056.
Wow. Okay, so we're talking about way more aggressive braking and accelerating than normal.
Exactly. It's as if the driver was constantly slamming on the brakes, then flooring it. Jerky, uncomfortable. Imagine being a passenger in that car.
I think I'd get carsick just thinking about it. But seriously, wouldn't that be super obvious to anyone in the car?
You'd think. Which is why this discrepancy is so strange. And get this, the lateral G-force variance.
That's the force when turning, right?
You got it. Well, that's 1.39 in the suspect data versus 0.03 in the verified data.
So, they're taking every corner at super speed.
Basically, the data suggests the car is experiencing these crazy, almost impossible sideways forces during every turn.
So we've gone from suspicious driving to like full-on action movie stunt driving.
Pretty much. And there's one last intriguing detail we need to look at: the decimal precision of the data.
Decimal dot what now?
Decimal precision. Think about it like this. When you measure something with a ruler, sometimes you get those nice round numbers. But sometimes you've got those extra bits.
Like 5.2 centimeters or whatever.
Right, exactly. Real-world measurements aren't always perfectly even. And the same goes for data collected by sensors. It's messy, with variations in how many decimal places you see.
Okay, so what about this data?
Well, the decimal precision is strangely uniform in the suspect data.
Meaning?
It's almost like someone manually rounded all the numbers instead of, letting the sensors record what they actually picked up.
So it's too perfect.
Exactly. Too perfect to be real. It's like trying to pass off a mass-produced print as an original painting.
I'm sensing a theme here. So this data artist wasn't very good at hiding their tracks, huh?
Not at all. And all these inconsistencies we've found, the steering, the speed, the time gaps, now this decimal thing, it paints a pretty clear picture. This data has been manipulated. The big question now is, why?
Welcome back. So last time, things got a bit complicated.
That's one way to put it. We found a whole lot of inconsistencies in this data, like a lot.
Yeah, it's almost like someone took a normal data set and just decided to, I don't know, have some fun with it.
Well, fun for them, maybe. But it definitely makes our job more challenging.
Right. So now the million-dollar question is, why? What are they trying to pull?
What's the motive, right? Trying to hide something. Create a totally different story. It's like we're in a digital mystery novel, and we got to figure out who the culprit is.
And what their end game is.
Exactly. Thankfully, the report gives us a few ideas for where to go next, some recommendations for how to, keep investigating this whole mess.
Oh, more clues. Tell me everything.
Well, first off, they really stress the importance of getting our hands on the original text stream files.
The raw data, basically.
Right, because remember, we're only working with, a processed version of the data.
Right.
But those raw files, those could have a ton of extra information hidden inside.
Oh, yeah, metadata, right. It's like the digital equivalent of fingerprints.
You got it. It can tell you all sorts of things about the data's origin, when it was recorded, what software was used, even the ID of the device that collected it.
So if someone was messing with the data, the metadata could expose them.
Potentially. Like having a secret camera that recorded everything they did, we might be able to figure out exactly when and how the data was changed.
Okay, so we need to get a hold of those raw files. What else?
Well, remember that big time gap we talked about? That 7-minute and 55-second chunk that just vanished.
Yeah, it's been bugging me. It's like watching a movie with the scene cut out.
Right. So the report recommends digging into that. See if we can figure out what happened during those missing minutes.
Was it intentionally deleted? Or, I don't know, never recorded at all? Did they take a coffee break? What's going on there?
Exactly. Figuring out what happened there could give us huge clues about why the data was changed in the first place.
Okay, raw data, missing time window, anything else. What's next on our detective to-do list?
Well, they also suggest comparing the suspect data to other verified driving data. Think of it like, I don't know, running a fingerprint through a database.
So we're basically seeing if the patterns in this data, the steering, the speed, the G-forces, match up with how people actually drive in real life.
Exactly. It's kind of like trying to pass off a fake painting as the real deal. Right? Wow. If the brushstrokes are all wrong, the colors don't match, the composition is off, it's pretty obvious it's a forgery.
Right, right. So this data comparison could be a game changer.
Big time.
Okay, so we're building quite the investigation here, but I gotta ask, why should our listeners care? What's the bigger picture here?
That's the key question, right? This isn't just about some weird data from a car.
There's gotta be more to it.
Right. This is about the implications of, messing with information, especially in a world where data affects almost every decision.
Okay, I see where you're going with this, but give me some real-world examples. How could this kind of data manipulation play out?
Well, let's say someone's trying to, I don't know, fight a speeding ticket. Or maybe they're disputing an insurance claim after an accident. They could try to use this doctor data as proof.
Whoa. So they could get away with something they did?
Potentially, yeah. It's basically like creating a digital alibi. And it goes beyond just individual cases, too. Think about self-driving cars.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
The data used to, train those self-driving systems is messed up. That could be dangerous, right?
Big time dangerous. A car making decisions based on bad information. That's terrifying.
It is. And it's not just self-driving cars, right? This kind of thing, it affects everything. Finance, healthcare, you name it. The whole world relies on data these days.
So this isn't just a tech problem, it's a societal problem.
Exactly.
We're talking about trust, about truth. If we can't rely on the data we're given, then what can we rely on?
Exactly. We can't just accept the data at face value. We have to be critical, ask questions, look for inconsistencies.
Be skeptical.
Yeah, it's like we need to become data detectives. Scrutinize everything, hold those in charge accountable.
Easier said than done, though, right? For the average person, it can feel pretty overwhelming.
It is a challenge, for sure. But, we could start by learning more about data, how it's collected, how it's used, all of that. We got to understand the whole picture.
Data literacy, you mean?
Yeah.
Sounds like that's a pretty important skill these days.
It really is.
Yeah.
And it's not just about the technical stuff either. It's about thinking critically, questioning the information we see, not just taking everything at face value.
So like learning to read between the lines, but for data.
Exactly. And while we can all do our part to become more data literate, we also need those big institutions, the ones collecting all our data, to step up.
Right. More transparency, better security, all of that.
You got it. We need regulations, ethical guidelines, the whole 9 yards. It's a team effort.
Individuals and institutions working together to create a world where data is used responsibly.
Exactly.
This deep dive has been eye-opening, to say the least. We started with some weird car data and ended up talking about, the future of information.
It's amazing how one little case can lead to such big questions, isn't it?
It really is. And we're not done yet. So we spent the last 2 parts digging into this whole manipulated data thing, a real digital mystery, huh?
It has been fascinating, hasn't it? Seeing how easily data, something we think of as objective and all, can be twisted.
Yeah. It's like that saying, there are 3 kinds of lies: lies, damned lies, and statistics. But hey, at least now we've got a better idea of how to spot those statistical tricks, right?
Exactly. The more we understand those techniques, the better equipped we are to be critical of the information thrown at us.
So let's take a step back for a second and think bigger picture. We've talked about what could happen if this data is used in the wrong way. But what about the why behind it all? Why would someone even bother doing this?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Yeah.
The report doesn't, give us a straight answer.
Right.
But it does make us think, was this about avoiding blame? Creating a false sense of security? Or was it something, I don't know, more sneaky?
It's like a digital whodunit. We're looking for clues and algorithms and data points instead of fingerprints and DNA.
Exactly. And just like a good mystery, there might be more to the story than we see at first glance. Layers of deception, complicated motives.
And it's not just about the person who changed the data, right? It's about the systems that let it happen, the whole environment that makes it easy to hide the truth. It makes you wonder, are we making things too easy for these data manipulators?
You've hit on a really important point. We tend to focus on the bad guys, right? The individuals. But we need to look at the bigger picture, at the systems and structures that almost encourage this kind of behavior.
It's a good point. And think about all the data we create every single day. Our online stuff, our financial transactions, our medical records, it's all vulnerable.
Absolutely. This case is a wake-up call. We can't just sit back and assume everything's fine. We have to be proactive about protecting ourselves, about demanding more from the people who have our data.
Okay, so what can we actually do? It feels like a losing battle sometimes. So much data, so many ways it can be misused.
I get it. It can feel overwhelming. But it's not hopeless.
Yeah.
The first step is, education. We need to understand how data works, how it's collected, analyzed, all of that.
Data literacy, you mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's not just about the technical side either. It's about critical thinking, questioning what we see, not just blindly trusting everything.
So learning to read between the lines, but for data.
You got it. And while that's important for individuals, we also need the big institutions, the ones with all our data, to be more responsible.
More transparency, tougher security measures, those kinds of things.
Exactly. We need better regulations, clear ethical guidelines. It has to be a team effort,
Individuals being savvy, institutions doing the right thing, working together to make sure data is used for good, not for, tricking people.
Couldn't have said it better myself. This deep dive, it's taken us on quite a journey, from some odd car data to, some pretty big questions about how we handle information in the digital age.
It's amazing how one little thing can lead to such a huge conversation, right? But it's a conversation we need to have because data is everywhere. and it's not going away. We have to be smart about it. This has been eye-opening for sure. It's a good reminder that we all need to be more aware, more critical of the data around us. So to everyone listening, thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
So there you go. That's how you do it. Sometimes I'll download that one, save it, delete the one that's in there because I've saved it to my hard drive, refresh the screen and get it to do it all over again. Come up with a different conversation, and then I might put those two conversations together into one stream for you. So that's basically how it's done. Maybe it's just as tab open from the day before. Let's ask Mr. Whipham. Yep, so now you know how to do that as well. Yay. So hopefully you'll know how to do this stuff yourself. And what I'd like you to be able to do with it is just, check shit, man. Check stuff that you might be following a case. Check what the defense is saying, or check what the state is saying. But like I said, you got to be tricky with the you have to be tricky with the AI so that it doesn't know that you're talking about, a criminal case or anything like that, or it'll give you stupid prompts like go and find a lawyer. But if you are evasive about, what you're actually getting to the bottom of, like I didn't tell it in this exercise today, I didn't tell it that we were looking at a criminal case, or, that we're looking at legal anything. So, but the point is, just always check, if you hear someone on a YouTube channel state something as fact, go check it. It's not just AI that you can check it against. You can just do a Google search and see if that was ever reported before that YouTuber ever said it. And there's other things that you'll find on my channel that I've done previously, like way early in the piece. If you want to go right back to my earliest videos, where someone had sent a website, like a screenshot of a website to to a creator. His name was Chris McDonough, not the elf on a shelf that we all know in this case, but someone very similar. Used to be a detective, and someone sent me a screenshot and said, "Oh, this is information about Brian Laundrie." But it wasn't information about Brian Laundrie. We went and looked it all up, and it ended up being information about some dude from another country altogether. So what had happened was they were able to edit the website on screen. I can even show you how to do that. Let me get a page that isn't gonna like carry on like a pork chop because I've done it, but let me just get a page. Let's have a look at I don't know, give me a blog page. Give me a blog page about travel, just because I don't want to do this to a site that's going to log something that I did and then come after me. Here we go. Let's grab this page. I'll share this to the screen. Yes, it just did and stuff. So I'm just going to show you, like, this is a typical trick that people will try. So from here, you can go to what program am I in? I'm in Chrome, aren't I? Let me go to More tools. Developer tools. So I can like pick something here. Say I wanted to change, this bit of text here, for example. I can inspect that piece of text, which is written here. And this isn't saved at the web server end, but hello. There you go. I changed the website to say hello. But if I refresh that page, it's going to go back to the server and get the actual page, not, the little edit that I just did. But that's just one example of how you might make a web page, say something different, then take a screenshot and send it to a YouTuber, and they go, holy Hannah, and then they show that web page and it's false information, basically. But that's just one example. So if I refresh this page, it will just go back to the server now. And voila, it's back to what it was from the server. So that's just an example. Always check what people are doing and saying, especially YouTubers. Don't take their word for it. I mean, obviously, Melanie Little reading court documents, you can see the court documents, so you know whether she's actually reading the court documents or not. Some things like that are not things that you need to question, but there are some things you do need to question. And, we have YouTubers out there who spread misinformation on purpose. They're doing it because they know that specific piece of information is going to garner a lot of attention, so they're often doing it just for the clicks, essentially. So always check when it's a YouTuber, always check what they're saying. When it's in court, you can check you can check things like cited case law, for example. If you want to ask the ChatGPT about Rule 14 in Massachusetts or things like that, they're always scattered throughout the motions. You can check if those case laws actually support the argument that they're trying to make. So when people say, like, if a defendant's lawyer, or even if the prosecution has said something, is it true? Well, sometimes it's not true, depending, it could be either lawyer. Sometimes it's not true. So you can, like the trolls in the attic, exactly. Those sort of people. So you can check the case law. You'll see it will say, Rule 14, Massachusetts. Look that up in ChatGPT, or even just Google it. Go and have a look at that rule and see if it matches what the lawyer is stating. It does or says. And if you can discern that it's not saying what the lawyer states it says, then you can pretty much guarantee that the judge isn't going to agree. But on the same token, that way you can tell whether, you're listening to the prosecution's argument. Are they telling the truth? So you go and check all their sources and stuff. You find out, oh, they probably are telling the truth. Or that doesn't match. Their source case law doesn't match what the argument that they're trying to make. So I can give you a good example for one of the recent cases that I got yelled at because nobody liked my opinion on that case was the Richard Allen Delphi case. He just recently put in a motion which cited a case law that was about ineffective counsel. And the problem with Richard Allen using case law that cites ineffective counsel is he argued that his counsel, when they got dismissed by the judge because she was afraid they were going to be ineffective counsel, when that got pushed up to the appeals court, they said, we'll give you your counsel back, but then you can't later argue ineffective counsel. And so when you see in his motion for appeal, he's arguing ineffective counsel, you already know he's arguing against something that has been taken away from him, because that was the conditions of the appeal, essentially. Not saying he's right or he's wrong. I'm just saying his appeal basically said, yeah, we'll give you your lawyers back. We'll say the judge erred and we'll give you your lawyers back, but that rules out this appeal, and you getting your lawyers back rules out you ever being able to say ineffective counsel. He didn't use it in that context in this current appeal, but the fact that he used it at all is a moot point, because he doesn't get to use ineffective counsel as any of his arguments. So that's just an example where, cross-checking what actually happened in the appeal and what that lawyer is now saying, whether that's true or not, things like that. It makes it easier to sort of navigate the cases if you really want to put in the research. So that's what my channel generally focuses on. Have your receipts, man, and your receipts are generally well researched, or the evidence of what you research, for example. So Tracy says, I think there was in trial 101 and in current motions, defense asking for all the stuff with the metadata. Yes, there is. We'll have to see what Arnie Bev rules and if prosecution complies. She's already ruled on all of this. She's actually ruled on it twice already prior to the last trial. So, she said this is a new trial. We're going to start again. Well, whatever she ruled on last trial, she can do the same thing again this trial. I do believe that some of her rulings are going to be considered to be errors when they get to an appeal. But as we just saw with the SJC recently, they just want to stick to their 1800 laws and let's not change anything. We don't like change, which is supposed to be a conservative attitude. It's not really a liberal attitude. But anyway, I have been yakking for nearly 6 hours. His counsel seemed effective, but they were asked to play piano with handcuffs. They were asked to play piano with handcuffs. I don't think they were handcuffed at all. I think that they were actually less handcuffed than Karen Reid's lawyers are, to be honest. I think Judge Gull was actually far more fairer to him and his lawyers than Bev has been to Karen and her lawyers. So, we did see some similar attitudes. Definitely Judge Gull got sick of their shit and she roused at them. And we saw Judge Bev do that with Karen grinning in court. So it's always the way Massachusetts always does it that way. Right. It's always Massachusetts that's doing it, though. We find other courts, we find mostly other courts. Like, look at the Baldwin trial, for example. As soon as any of these shenanigans about Brady violations, as soon as that came up, bam, gone, dismissed. Is that because Baldwin's a famous character and the judge went, we don't need to do this? Or is that because it was the right thing to do? I mean, I admit, a little naive, and I do like it when I do like to think that judges are doing what's fair and what's right. That's not always the case, but I do like to think that way. I like to think that our justice systems are based on something. So, the Baldwin judge. Well, everyone likes the Baldwin judge because the Baldwin judge dismissed on the Brady violations. But like, how often does that happen? How often does a judge go, this is absolutely a dismissible error on the prosecution's part. Kevy, how's it going, buddy? It's morning in Ireland. Woo woo. Thanks for joining us. So yeah, I often do have, higher hopes for judges. Some of them disappoint me. Some of them are like flat. They don't disappoint me, but they don't impress me either. I find that probably in most of the cases I follow, there's probably more judges that are flat that don't do it either way for me. But yeah, I can't say I liked the book. I tell you which judge I did like. I liked the Murdoch, whatever this freaking hell his name is. The Alex Murdaugh trials. I like that judge. What was his name again? Judge, I can't think of his name. The justice system is based on something, just not in Massachusetts. Well, it seems to be happening a lot everywhere, actually. Europe's got its own problems in the justice system, which is a slightly different justice system to what America's based on. England has problems with its justice system at the moment, which again, this is the Westminster system, which is what Australia is based on. We don't have a perfect justice system either. I've pointed out a couple of cases where we're all sitting here scratching our heads, wondering how the hell did that person get charged for that. So yeah, that judge was great. The murder. Who was the Murdoch judge? I'll have to look it up. Alex, because I can't remember names. You know what I'm like. Murder judge. Newman. There you go. Judge Newman. Judge Newman rocks. But he's probably my most favorite judge out of all of them. Baldwin lawyer Spiro was sharp, and he is all over the place. Oh, you mean all over the place as in who he's representing, not all over the place as in sharp but not organized. I think that's what you mean. And who is another judge that I really liked? Oh yeah, that lady judge in the thank you, Newman. Judge Clifton Newman, that's the dude. Thank you. Who was the lady judge in that idiot that represented himself? He was a sovereign citizen and he ran over a bunch of people with his car. Can't think of his name. Can't think of that judge either. I'm shocking with names and judges, but I'm sure someone in the chat's going to come up with it. But yeah, I like that judge as well. She was pretty decent. And what I liked about her was that she had a huge amount of patience. Like he was past the point of being ridiculous. So the patience that she had, not just with his being ridiculous, but also, his temper tantrums and all the stuff he was trying to pull. She had a world of patience. I was like, if she's not a grandma yet, yeah, Darrell Brooks, that's the one. Well, that's Jennifer Dorrough. Sorry, I dropped out for a second. Don't know what that was about. We must have some clouds around. Jennifer Dorrough. She was freaking awesome, yeah. I reckon too. If she's not a grandma, like she has to be a grandma for that amount of patience. But you don't just get that amount of patience from being a parent. In fact, you end up the opposite as a parent. It tries your patience. So I reckon she's got to be grandma. That's when you get to that age where you learn the patience level to put up with someone like Daryl Brooks. The judge and deputy heard absolutely. Another favourite. I liked her. She said very little. She interrupted very little. She did very little. But when she did, it mattered. When she did open her mouth, it was proper, and it was intelligent, and it was from a proper place in law. Like, I like that judge too. What was her name? Deputy head judge was, I can tell you. By the time you even hear me ask the question. The deputy head judge was Penny. Penny as karate. There you go. Judge Cannon, who did the Mayo trial. Okay. Thought the Judge Cannon was all right too. Like, I kind of felt like Judge Cannon was flat. All right. Didn't impress me, but didn't disappoint me. So I kind of felt that judge was flat. Loved the jury. The jury came to the right decision in that trial. So loved the jury. If Auntie Bev had tried the Daryl Brooks case, she would. Absolutely, Kevin. I'm not going to put it on the screen, but you're right. Should put him in front of the firing squad. But yeah. So yeah, there are a lot of good judges. There's a lot of memorable judges. Who's that funny guy in the bow tie? He's pretty good. I like his attitude too. Like, he doesn't take anyone's shit. If he's not always funny. Like, he's quite happy to do the whole rip the heads off if they need it. But he is funny. He's the bow tie judge. I can't think of his name, but he did actually appear in one of my mashups that I did. He didn't talk about the Karen Reid case. He did oh, that's right. I did a mashup on judges being good judges, basically. It's 2 a.m. in Florida. Oops. It is 5 p.m. in Australia and early morning hours in Ireland. 11 p.m. in Oregon. Yeah. All right, guys. I think I'm done. Did I make my 6-hour live stream? Yes. No, 5.5 hours. Hang on. We go a little bit longer. If I don't make a 6-hour live stream, then I'm going to disappoint the trolls. Because, they're all up in arms that I do 6-hour live streams. So, midnight in Phoenix. Judge on the Draconis trial. I don't know that I watched too much of it, so I don't have an opinion of that judge. I think I only watched the evidence against her. Something like that. Yeah, that one. The bow tie judge. He's cool. That judge. In fact, just in case you all haven't seen that judge, let's look him up. Felicia. Is that how it said? I said Oregon correctly. I don't know. How do people say Oregon? I said it the same way I say oregano. Oregano. Is that what you mean? How people say that differently? Judge. I've forgotten her already. Get back to me. Felicia. Is it Felicia or Flesher? Judge Flesher. Let's have a look. Where's he up to? He has one from 11 hours ago. 17-year-old faces murder charge. $250,000 bond. Well, Aussie, where are you in Australia? I am right on the border between Queensland and New South Wales. But the defence attorney for Trachanis was way beyond obnoxious. There you go. I grew up in Oregon. There you go. I said it correctly. 7 a.m. in Ireland. Thank you. Came by to say hi. Hi. Still up in San Diego. San Diego. Is it San Diego or San Diego? Fleischer. There you go. Fleischer. So this is a bit of a long one from him, but let me see if I can find a short one that we can have some fun with. Oh, actually, I think his videos. Are we going to get copyright strike on his videos? Believed to be protected by the Fair Use Doctrine under Section 107 of the Copyright Law. Good. We shall do that then. Let's pick a short one. 11 minutes. I'm being framed. Hey, how does he handle I'm being framed? Although, I'm pretty sure most people say they're being framed, right? I want to see one where he's ripping it up the prosecution for being idiots. Does he have any of those? You'll be stuck like Chuck in custody. I love this guy. He's so funny. Let's have a look. If I had started this stream in the other browser, we would have no ads. Oregon instead of Oregon. Okay, people say Oregon. There you go. 63 of 64 years in Oregon. 1 year South Dakota. There you go. Tracy was born in Oregon. Aussie Julie, thank you for coming. Shawshank Redemption. Everyone in here is innocent. Exactly. Everyone says they're innocent. All right. Let's get this ad out the freaking way. Let's get the volume in the right spot. I got to crack the 6-hour mark. Otherwise, the trolls have got nothing to complain about. All right. So we're all guilty until proven innocent, although not sure what we're guilty of. Being human. That's what we're guilty of. But we shall see if this guy looks like he's being framed. Hang on. Share screen, idiot. Share screen. His name's Mr. Gimbal. Right. Here we go. Judge Fleischer.
Pretty good. So I've never met you before. I don't know who you are. All I know is that your lawyer is asking me to, I'm assuming, set him a bond, right? You know, you're wanted from somewhere. I don't know for what. I don't know why. I don't know if I'm going to set you bond. I got to get to know you in the short time that I have you here to see, are you a danger to my community? If we give you a bond, are you going to go back? I have no idea. So let's get to know. Amy?
Judge, so he's wanted from Guadalupe County, New Mexico, aggravated battery against a household member with a deadly weapon. As the court knows, he's also being held in the 351st for credit and debit card abuse.
No, I had no idea. Say it.
And I believe they also just filed a motion to revoke his probation on fraud use.
He's on probation too.
Yes, and they're motioning to revoke as well. He also has 2 bond forfeitures that I'm seeing, and then he has quite a bit of history with burglaries. And
My gosh.
It's not looking good. He's quite a few history with burglaries. He has quite a history of crime. But he's being framed. He's a bit of a favorite, isn't he? So I'm agreeing with the judge so far. My God.
Whoa.
Whoa.
So since 2007, possession of marijuana, possession of a controlled substance, evading arrest, possession of a controlled substance, felon in possession of a weapon, attempted evading arrest or detention, tampering or fabricating evidence, evading arrest and previous conviction, burglary of a building, possession of a controlled substance, burglary of a motor vehicle, evading arrest, credit card abuse, burglary of a motor vehicle, evading credit card abuse, possession with intent to deliver, and 1, 2, 3, 4 more burglary of a motor vehicle, failure to ID, possession of a dangerous drug. You're on probation for a fraud. You pick up a new credit card abuse, and you want me to set you a bond?
Can I please tell you something? If you don't mind me speaking.
What do you think his excuse is going to be? I love when Fleischer calls out the prosecution for spurious arrests. Really? They have driving while black and walking while black arrests? You'll have to go through and point one out for me, Kev. Because I like it. I like to see him have a go at both sides. So
Don't talk about the case.
I'm not talking about no case.
Okay.
I was in here, been held on
it's just a few.
the case for defending violence in New Mexico, right? And they just got called ATW twice. They did not release me. I was not released. They sent me back to my cell, and since they didn't release me, they ended up putting a credit card abuse on me. Now, I don't know, where that falls in or whatever, they just put it on me.
So if I can give you a brief synopsis of the timeline, Judge.
Sure.
So January 15th, he waived extradition for his New Mexico case, which is why we have a fugitive. He also had a Dallas County hold at the same time, which means the Dallas.
Here's another. Not
True, but Dallas County had 10 days to pick him up. So they did not pick him up in those 10 days. So let's say January.
I know that. I get it.
Let's just say, okay, so they didn't release the whole, they should have released the whole 25th. They didn't. What they did is instead, 3 days later.
Talking the Dallas County hold.
Dallas County hold. So what should have happened is that on the 25th, they released the Dallas County hold, which at that moment, there was no locals or anything pending, and they should have started the timeline for New Mexico to come pick him up. But instead, Dallas did not release the hold until I believe the 29th, because conveniently, on the 28th, the DA's office filed 2B charges on a credit card abuse from a case that they had since November. So it just,
December. I see here, December 22nd, 2024.
I'm sorry, from December, you're right. So it just seemed like the timeline expired. I believe Mr. Kimball's just really upset because if it should have worked like it should have worked, then, why did they release the hold in time? Why didn't the DA's office file it? It just seems like they're sort of dragging it along. I understand that he does not have a bond on his.
So when he started out, he made it sound like he's going to get me. He made it sound like he was in jail, so he couldn't have committed the fraud crime. But then her explanation goes into it. He wasn't actually in jail, so he could have committed the fraud crime.
Felony cases, and they did file the MRP. He has an attorney there who is going to be requesting to set a bond there. What Mr. Kimball is asking is a bond here, even though, and I said, he's going to be making the bond there in felony. So let's say his bonds get set in felony and his bond gets set here. He wants to bond out and go to New Mexico, address that case, and then he said he'll be back and forth. He's already got the MRP and the felony credit abuse case here, but he wants to be able to fight them in the free world, and he is willing to go to New Mexico, turn himself in. I've been in contact with his mother, and I guess just because of that lapse in timeline, it's kind of like why we're here, because.
How old is this dude? Why do you need to be in contact with his mother? Good morning, Michelle. She's with us. She's just catching up on the stream, obviously. She's back at Darrell Brook, so keep chugging. You're almost there, Shell. Where are we? Wasn't me, Your Honor? Exactly. So who wants to guess where we're going here? Anyone got a guess? Have a wild guess where we're going here before we continue on with it. Is the judge going to let him walk free in the free world to fight all these charges? Is that what's going to happen? Are we going with the free world? Or are we going to go with the judge is probably going to deny it, all because he's got a long history? Let's see.
You know, and pardon, if you have anything else to add, I think he just feels kind of screwed by the system on this.
Design the perfect voice for your brand with a...
Sorry if that blew out anybody's ears.
Nah, did she send the video to your phone? Oh, all right.
In 2023 alone, Mr. Kimmel, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In one of the misdemeanor cases, you have presumably a bond at 5,010, which tells me that you've taken off on that case as well. You're on probation. You had a hold out of Dallas for, what did he have a hold out of Dallas for?
Violation.
Out of Dallas?
You're hopscotching with the states with the criminality,
No,
man.
I got
can't.
on. Look, I had all the cases together, and they gave me probation in Houston and Dallas. See, that's what you don't know. They dismissed a bunch of them cases has been dismissed, and I've been to trial twice. A bunch of them cases has been expunged on their record right there.
Expunged.
You know what I'm saying? But
dude, if they're expunged, they're not on the screen in front of this judge. So I don't think they've been expunged. Oh, good. Thank you, JC. Glad. Glad. Fleischer has a tendency to be lenient, but can be tough at times. So could go either way. Is Kebby's call? Well, not yet. 6 hours. We're going for 6 hours. The full-throated motion to dismiss Brennan. I know who you are because of your icon there, but I like your new nickname. And I like Kevin's Honky Brennan spell checker too. Anyway, let's continue and see where we end up.
they gave me probation in Dallas and Houston. Dallas supposed to transfer my probation to Houston. They did not transfer my probation to Houston. That's how I get a violation in Dallas. I never violated by kissing any new case. The only time I caught a case is when for the New Mexico, say something happened in a family violence 2024. I'd never even been to New Mexico. The girl wrote a statement on me saying that I violated whatever. I understand. I know I don't supposed to tell you nothing, but I got videos. She's saying everything that she said is a lie. I don't even supposed to be having a case for I wouldn't even supposed to come to jail for that case. She has the videos in her phone. She can show you. She's showing her.
Slow down, buddy. You're not in court. You're at a bond out hearing. All this video evidence isn't going to help you.
I did everything, made a whole statement saying that everything that she said to me in New Mexico is a lie, bro. I'm just dry getting hold for this case.
We really.
I understand it.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, sir. I understand it.
It seems to me.
Yes, sir.
You get out, you pick up a new case. You were out, you just picked up a new credit card abuse 2 weeks ago. December 22nd, I mean, maybe 3 weeks ago, you just picked up another case. You're on probation in Houston. You're on probation in Dallas.
Yes, sir.
You got an open case in New Mexico.
Yes, sir.
I can't possibly give you a bond, Mr. Kimball. You know, I think that I need to protect my community. And if I give you a bond, I'm scared that something else is going to happen. I don't want you to pick up a 6th or 7th case, you know?
I ain't pick up a case. I came to jail for a case a year ago for New Mexico. I was already on probation.
Picked up.
No, they just put a case on me while I was in custody. I didn't never get caught for anything. They just put a case on me while I've been in custody right now. This time, waiting on New Mexico and Dallas to come get me. They just put this case on me. They just put this on me.
I want to make sure that there are no more new cases get on you anymore. I'm
going to make sure no new cases get on you.
not going to give you a bond because, Mr. Kimball, you scare me. You know, You do.
I never had an aggravated case. I never had an aggravated case in my life. You see my record. I never had an aggravated case.
I don't see, the
Period.
only thing I see
I'm
is
saying
Harris.
everything you're saying. I never had an aggravated case out of Harris County, Dallas, anywhere in Texas, ever. Ever.
If you're unsure or unaware of your eyeglass.
Damn it. Like I said, I should have done this.
I believe you, but
browser.
it's just way too much baggage, dude. Way too much.
But I'm saying you can't just set a bond on the case. And when I go to court, you know what I'm saying? I talk to my other judge. She give me a bond on them cases or whatever, where I can go handle everything that I need to handle so I can get out and be with my kids. You know what I'm saying? Because if I don't, so say if they do set the bond when I go to court, because he's going to give me a court date in like a week or two. I'm going to go to court, they're going to set.
So, everyone who said he's going to get rejected, dun dun dun, you were right. Very well dismissed. Yep. There's too many good ones in these videos, isn't there?
Set a bond for me. So they set a bond. Now I got to come back to your courtroom again for you to say, oh, well, I'm not going to give you a bond or whatever. They got 14 days to come get me. When actually I really supposed to already been gone to either Dallas or New Mexico because they called me ATW twice and they said they was not going to come get me. And we called to New Mexico. New Mexico said they didn't have any knowledge of me even being in jail on their warrant.
Is New Mexico, have they stated that they're going to come get him?
Our indication at this time is that they want him, Judge.
Actually, hashtag Brennan, hashtag Brennan, I have downloaded a new browser where I can install that sucker that you just said. I'm not going to say it aloud. And I forgot to start this stream in the new browser. So hopefully next time I remember to start the stream in the new browser. So I apologize. I might actually try cross-browser streaming. I'll try that next. Because I think Kevin's off looking for one where Judge Fleischer, I can't remember his name, Fleischer, is actually going at the prosecution. Well, I did ask him to, but we'll see. See if he finds one. He's probably still catching up. But yeah, if we're going to watch another one, I'll put it in the other new browser and we'll see how that drives. Yeah, I only just learned about this like a couple of days ago. So I did set it all up. I just forgot to do it today. So let's continue with this and see if we can find one where Fleischer's having to go at the prosecution next.
Okay, they're going to come get you. You know, the problem is that 14 days is told because you've not made bond on those cases upstairs. Once you do make bond at that point, that will get the 14 days for New Mexico to come get you. But Mr. Kimball, you've got a ton of priors. You're on probation in two different counties. You got to, okay, regardless, it's too much baggage. I'm not going to give you a bond. You scare me, dude. That's it. Really. You know, sometimes the bill comes due. Now is that time. It's not going to happen anymore. Okay, thanks. Ms. Fairman, you were charged with the offense of interference with the duties of a public servant. You are facing up to 6 months in jail and/or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be.
All right, so he's moved on to another case. This is a probable cause case, obviously claiming that she was framed as well. Yeah, that's the trickiness, Fern. See, when I watch Melanie's channel or Will's channel, I want to watch the ads because I want them to get paid for the ads for that monetization. But when I'm doing a stream like this, I think I want the ads out so that we don't have those interruptions, but also because the ads are like 10% louder and it blows your eardrums out. So what I'm doing is I'm going to try and leave my Chrome browser with the ads. And then I've got the U thingy origin, I'm not going to say it, installed in the other browser, so I can do these streams without it. But I didn't actually think of cross browser. I could have actually opened that browser and shared that window. Duh. Kevy, did you find one? Oh, you're just looking now. Okay. Cool. Find us one where he's ripping it up, the prosecution. Fletcher tore into the prosecution 2 or 3 cases, same session due to no police reports, kicked all cases out the door. A couple of months ago, watched it on RA stream. There you go. Kevin's gonna find me one. Excuse me, and he found one. Wait, where are ya? Wait, where are ya? Oh my god, scroll. Why am I having to scroll so far? Walking While Black, that's terrible. Not the best, but funny. Is he for real? Okay, we'll do not the best. We'll do that one first. Let me get the... Stop changing it on me, Chet. You're moving it around on me. I'm trying to get the link. Hang on. Wait. Come on. Not that browser. Damn it. Okay. Let's put it in this browser. And then hit the pause button.
What's she doing wrong?
Let's go to that browser window. Stop sharing. All right, so I'm going to test the new browser with the new feature. Thank you, Kevin. Much appreciated. Window. Hang on, which window is it? Crikey, I probably should shut some windows, man, so I can find the damn thing. I got a lot of windows open. Here it is. All right. Let's check the volume. All right. I've not ever shared it from this window before, so you're going to have to tell me how we're going with the volume.
What's she doing wrong? Is she walking while black? I mean, really, you tell me all she has is a hammer, she's walking around with a hammer. So I hammer stuff all the time. Ms. Fairman, you were charged with the offense of interference with the duties of a public servant. You are facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, ma'am.
Yes, Judge. Officers were dispatched to a family disturbance, and the caller, the defendant's mother, stated that her daughter was walking around with a hammer and identified her daughter by name and as wearing a Barbie sweatshirt. In transit to the scene, the officers observed the defendant's prior mugshot and arrived and observed the defendant recognized by description in that mugshot. The defendant walked towards the officer and the officers told her to stop, but she ignored them. She had her arms tucked into her sweatshirt, so they were not visible to the officers. The defendant attempted to walk past the officer, and the officer grabbed her arm, and she then laid on the ground and tucked her hands under her abdomen, and the officer struggled to get her arms out from under her. The defendant stated the defendant had a hammer in her left hand and would not let go. The officers then took her into custody.
What's she doing wrong? Is she walking while black? I mean, really, you tell me all she has is a hammer, she's walking around with a hammer. So I hammer stuff all the time.
Right, just what we have is there was a family disturbance. There was a description of her with the hammer and she walked towards the officer and the officer just told her to stop.
I mean, there's nothing. She's not doing anything. No one says that she's doing anything menacing with the hammer. She's walking with a hammer. I hang stuff on my house all the time.
Furthermore, Your Honor, there is more in the DIMS that in the complete DIMS it says the complainant's defendant's mother identified her and said that the defendant's brother had taken a blue speaker, which upset the defendant. So the defendant went outside and kicked some trash cans over her and pacing around a neighbor's vehicle holding a hammer. The complainant advised she was afraid of the defendant. So, yes, Judge.
I'm with you. Don't worry about it. I'm going to find no probable cause. Just hang tight with me for a second, okay?
Good, Judge.
Please.
No probable cause. All right, so let me get the next link. Obviously, the first one was very short and we quickly slipped to the next video. So, how come I'm not copying the link? Here we go. Copy the link. Thank you. Let's jump over here. This link. Let's just make sure that you're seeing this link. Oh my God. Oh my God. She's a carpenter, exactly. That's what you expect a carpenter to do, walking with a hammer, right? I screwed something up here. Sorry, guys. Window again. All right. You can all see that? You can all see it. Guess what? No ads.
Let's roll, nerds. You said 16?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. McLean. Sir, you're charged with interference with the duties of a public servant. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you.
Yes, yes. An officer initiated a traffic stop in Harris County, Texas, after observing the defendant exceed a speed limit of 45 miles per hour and make unsafe lane changes. The defendant did not have his driver's license, but told the officer his name and date of birth. While the officer was running the defendant's name, he observed the defendant exit his vehicle, and the officer told the defendant to get back inside the vehicle. And the defendant responded, "Do I have to?" The officer exited the vehicle and attempted to detain the defendant. The defendant tensed up and locked his arms.
Everything is conclusory. And what has he done wrong?
You're right.
What?
With the initial lane changes, unsafe lane changes, and the exceeding the speed limit that prompted the stop. And then at that point, he was just
Stop. How exceeding speed limit? How fast was he going? I mean,
I spoke to the officer this morning. He told me that he was pacing the defendant at 54 miles per hour.
okay, in a what?
I'm sorry.
In a what? I mean, if it's on 610, he's fine, right? And then he's interference duties. What is he interfering with? What did he do wrong?
I think it was after the stop was initiated, the officer was running the plates. The defendant stepped out of his vehicle. The officer told him to get back in the vehicle. The defendant said, "Do I have to?" The officer told me that.
And that's the basis of arrest?
Yes, but you're on.
Don't. Are you losing?
Sure.
Okay.
And Your Honor, furthermore, as he was attempting to detain him, he locked his arms and tensed up. So as he was attempting to detain him, following that incident of him telling him to get back to the vehicle. And it was
That's the basis for arrest.
It was just a temporary detention. He was just attempting to detain him while he was trying to
What's he
investigate.
doing wrong?
He
What's he doing wrong?
65.
No, I don't think so. Mm-mm. You can find no probable cause. No, it's just, he gets out of the car and then it just the virtue of fact him getting out in the car, it's interfering with the duties. Really? No. Just when you get into, just be careful out there, man. Life is hard as it is. When you get into, Gotta be careful, man. People always have to get you. Be nice. It's not hard. Things will go well for you. You know? Look, I got it. I'm with you, okay? Just hang tight with me for a second, okay? All right.
Just hang tight. I like that, Judge. Yes, that was pretty funny. No, shush. Are you losing right now? Snarky, you reckon? It's difficult to find the full length videos. No, we're happy with the short ones. It's good. It's good. Thank you very much for those. Much appreciated. No, I thought that was good too. No, just no. Yeah. It was all good. All good. All right. There we go. We had a couple of him having a go at the prosecution as well. Oh, very good. I like that, Judge. Cuffs. Clank. The judge seems to be in very rare form on this particular day. He has some days like this, but not all. He's a fair judge and everyone likes him, especially the would-be defendants. Well, he seems fair to me, like even with the defendants, like, you know, the first one that we watched where he was he had a list as long as your arm of previous offenses. He was still fair even in that one, so you can always tell it's coming as the bailiff always steps in behind them. Well, there's a clue I didn't actually cotton onto. There you go. So yeah, I like that judge. I like his channel. I watch it regularly. I do it for entertainment because, you know, sometimes covering trials like the one that we're covering are depressing and frustrating and all of that good stuff. So you need to have a little laugh every now and again. You gotta let your hair down. Because there's, you know, been a lot of other stuff going on that really hasn't been pleasant. So even then, you still got to let your hair down and have a good laugh, right? To be fair, he was already restrained, right? Right. Judge should be saying this isn't Massachusetts, right? I should have asked if I would have asked if the hammer was loaded. Exactly. Are you talking about the bailiff? Right. There you go. Well, a little bit of entertainment for the day. Are there any other judges that are that entertaining? Like, really? There is one judge I do find entertaining, but his segments are a lot longer. And I'm sure I clipped him in my judges doing good judge things, good judgy things. Yeah, let's do a wrap up on all of our live streams with some hilarious judges doing hilarious judgy things for a good laugh. Everyone is one exactly. But you know, except in Massachusetts, everyone's just a criminal, period. Yes, a good laugh is healthy for you. I heard once that the average American commits 3 felonies a day. When you see the stuff they have laws written for, I'd believe it. Well, I would believe it too. In Australia, I'm not sure if they do it in America, but in Australia, they've actually taken all this offline, and I could actually show you receipts for this until recently, but the measure of success from one government to the next is how many laws they wrote while they were in power. And that to me is like the exact opposite of a successful government. But that's how they measure it, like in-house. If your party, your political party, wrote more laws than the last political party, then you are deemed in-house to be a more successful government, which I think stinks, because a more successful government would be less interference, not more interference. Anyway, just an interesting side thought. Yeah, I like Judge Newman too. Yeah, if you're only just doing true crime, it can be very depressing. So, yeah. And I do like the techie stuff. So some cases actually are just depressing because there's nothing techie to get into. So they really are just, depressing. But when there is this techie stuff that you can get into, you can actually get sidetracked enough to not be so depressed by it also. One more link. All right. One more link. One more, just one more. That's what my grandchildren say. That didn't work. Opened it in the wrong tab. One more. I mean, we can do more than one. I'm happy to sit here and do these all night if you want.
We need to have like a...
Okay, this one is 4 minutes, so that's a good time length. Let's chuck her up on the screen.
We need to have like a workshop on how to write ORs, man, for real. Everything in this office report is conclusory, suspicious, Aloysius. Is he driving while black? You're Keon Shaw. Mr. Shaw, you're charged with fleeing a police officer. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you, sir.
Yes, Judge. On October 27, 2024, officer was conducting a routine patrol on Eldridge Parkway when he noticed the defendant's motor vehicle traveling at an unsafe speed, exceeding the posted 35-mile-per-hour zone. The vehicle then began driving in a suspicious manner by making a sudden left turn on the street and immediately parking on the left side of the road. When the vehicle noticed the officer's fully marked patrol vehicle passing, it immediately conducted a U-turn and got back on the main road. When the officer continued to follow the defendant's vehicle, the vehicle again conducted a left turn and pulled into an alleyway. When the officer initiated his emergency equipment in an attempt to conduct a traffic stop, the defendant's motor vehicle passed multiple safe stopping points before finally coming to a stop after traveling 0.5 miles through a dark and empty parking lot.
0.5 miles. And
What was he doing wrong?
With the officer, he was originally traveling at an unsafe speed, exceeding the speed limit, 35 miles. He was exceeding that speed limit.
By how much?
Let me see the gyms if he specified. Your Honor, he did not specify. It was just an unsafe speed exceeding the limit. And then
Nothing's unsafe to me.
And then he began driving, according to the officer, in a suspicious manner, making sudden turns and then stopping on the side of the road and then getting back on the road once the officer passed. So
Anything illegal with that?
I believe it would just be the speed limit would be the point at which the officer.
It's a conclusory statement. We need to have like a workshop on how to write ORs, man, for real. Everything in this office report is conclusory, suspicious, Aloysius. Is he driving while black?
Judge, would you allow us just a few minutes to call the officer just to see? We don't have an OR. We're just going off of the.
Sure. Let's do this. I'm going to have them because I want to make sure if we find probable cause that it's really there. All right. So just hang tight for me. We're going to have to do a little deeper dive. If you just mind taking a seat for me momentarily. Okay. Okay. Don't leave, Mr. Shaw.
One eternity later.
Yeah.
There was another one, Judge, with the said speeding. So basically, police Shaw. Did you make a ruling on PC?
I think we need to do that one too.
So I looked at that already, Judge.
Where's Mr. Shaw? Okay, come on up, Mr. Shaw. So we're gonna do Shaw now since he's, yeah. All right. Okay, so Mr. Shaw, we're back on you. So just because we do so much, I tend to forget everything, you know. You're charged with fleeing a police officer. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and a $2,000 fine. We left off because we were doing probable cause, and I had an issue because it seemed like the cause was kind of conclusory at the time. And do you have anything new?
No, Judge, and I agree with the court.
So, okay, I'm going to find no probable cause.
Dismissing the case.
Find no probable cause. Be careful when you're out there. It's hard enough as it is. Don't give anyone else the power to even bring more, trouble on your life. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. Good luck. Okay? No.
Interesting, right? Interesting. Hey, Dr. Russell, it's to get you back. Do you guys don't sleep for long? Like, we're only just going 6 hours now. You guys don't sleep for long. Betty's a hoot at parties. I did notice they actually changed the prosecutor halfway through that. Do you look at flight data, planes and helicopters? I actually did investigate flight data in, what case was it? I think it might have been a search for some missing kids. There was it wasn't actually flight data, it was flight communications between the search helicopters. So we were actually looking for, what areas they were searching and how long they searched for and that sort of stuff. But I don't think I've seen actual flight data. But I'll tell you what, if I do find some flight data, first person I'll call up to talk to is JC, Jeremy. Because I know he's got experience with some flight stuff, so you'll probably be able to read flight data. So yeah. What can you tell us about the drones? Yeah, that kind of flight data would be handy, right? Real things, right? So yeah, let me just check if Kevin sent me anything else. He has sent me another one. Looks like. How do I get that link again? Copy the link. Copy the message link. I think that's how we did it. And I sorted it out before and then I lost it. Nope, it's not that one. Hang on. Right click. Copy link. Let's try that one. That's it.
Have you ever heard a court case like this?
That's another 3.
Hang on. Am I sharing a screen? Wait. I need to find. Are you guys seeing this? Oh, you are. Cool. Seeing and hearing. Cool.
That's another 93. did. That's another 93.
If you can believe it, it's just for a misdemeanor trespassing charge. This is Daryl Jarrell, the defendant, and this is Judge Cedric Simpson, who you may recognize from another of his court cases that went viral.
Mr. Harris, are you
I like this judge. He's freaking awesome. This is the other one I was telling you about. This is the other judge I mentioned just a few moments ago.
driving? This is a driving while license suspended.
That is correct, Your Honor.
And he was just driving.
Yeah, Judge Simpson can't quite catch a break, can he? He sets a court date in September for Jarrell, and apparently that was the last straw.
This is you know what? No. I'm gonna tell you what. You don't come here. You don't. Okay.
He was out of order in court, and you can't get away with just talking, especially the judge like that. That's ridiculous.
And it continued as the bailiff hauled Jarrell away.
That's another 93. That's 6 93s.
How do you think the judge handled it? Pretty good. I mean, hopefully he resents some of that.
6 times 93. Every time he said it, he got another 93 days.
Time, but you read what you saw.
Judge Simpson quickly moves on to the next case, Keith Jenkins, who watched the entire debacle.
I just seen how you doing, Your Honor? How you doing, sir?
Yikes. Imagine that, like you just keep going until you got yourself like 6 times 93 days. Like, just stop, zip it. Check Fullcom second link audio. What? Always love a good snarky judge. Me too. Check it. What comes? Hang on, wait a second. There's no links. You can't share links in chat. You might be able to see them, but nobody else can see them because YouTube blocks links in the chat. Unless you're a mod. It's like Demolition Man. Find 1 credit for breaking the morality statute. Yep. That's the other judge that I like. He is pretty funny. So I watched him do, I think it was, what was it? It was a case of, I think he was like a retired military guy, and he had, I think, entered, some stage of dementia or something. And then he had an argument with the neighbors. The neighbors didn't like him being at the front of his own house. They were like trying to make this judge here keep him inside his house, like not allowed to come outside his house. So this judge here was like he was just really balanced about the whole thing. He thought the neighbors were overreacting. He couldn't keep the guy in his own house. That was just ridiculous. But he ended up finding this like happy medium in the middle where he could keep the neighbors happy and let the guy like live in his freaking house in his own yard how he wants to. So it wasn't, funny or hilarious or anything. It was just very, very fair. I thought it was a great way to resolve the dispute so that both parties were happy. So I do like this guy. So, sorry, Whiteness, you're on your community page. I'll have a look. And you got to go. Okay. I'll have a look when we're done here. Which is like very shortly. We're now nearly 7 hours. Well, there you go. We're giving them something to talk about today, right, Kevy? All right, so I think, oh, hang on. I have a great one for you for another day. Oh, okay, thank you. How long is it? It's just so upset. How long is it? This. Oh, there's 3 appearances in it. Oh, okay. Yes, let's bookmark that for another day. That sounds bloody awesome. All right. Okay, guys. I think it's time to wrap up. We've given the gossipers something to gossip about. Time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it, JC? Doesn't it? And I see you just typed in there that you didn't go to bed at all. So you're going to be needing some sleep soon. All right, guys. I am sorry about my earlier mishap with looking at a bright screen and my eyes dicking out on me. But what I might do is I'll probably try to clip some bits out of this, put them into some videos through the week so that we can remove my eye mishap and put something together that's cohesive. It was a little bit all over the place, but hey, you guys all chipped in and made it all much better, so I appreciate that. Was a young girl in financial bind getting evicted in this judge's court? Oh, that's cool. So I'm trying to think of his name. Recovery addict. Stream raised money for her, and judge was flabbergasted. Never had it happen before. That's bloody awesome. I like Recovery Addict. He's a nice guy. He's a lovely fella. And it's good to see people doing stuff like that to help each other out, you know? Helping each other out is a whole lot nicer than, you know, these smear campaigns and crap that's going on. Like, just be nice, guys. Be nice to each other. The world's a much happier place if you're nice to each other, right? Anyway, good night, Missy. Good night, Kevin. Good night, Tracy. Good night, JC. Who else have we got? Good night, Whiteness. We already said good night to you. Tracy, we said good night to you. Dr. Russell is a goat. Ms. Holmes, you're here. Let's have a idea. Who else do we have? Comes now. Hank. Hashtag Hank. Thank you all, fans, Mum. I think Michelle's still kind of catching up. So good night, everyone. Thanks for joining us, and we'll talk to you again next live. It'll probably be short notice because I don't like really planning things ahead at the moment. But we'll have another one soon. Bye.